this is what we are going to do, honorable members. 30 minutes for full members and 20 minutes for alternates. So, are you disagreeing, honorable vessels? Or honorable Malim?
I disagree, Chair. I propose the 20 minutes.
That we
I don't know when you changed it to 30 minutes because it was 20 minutes. You changed it yesterday.
You say we must allocate members 20 minutes.
Full members, 20 minutes. Skosana, you want 30?
No. There is a proposal that we allocate 20 minutes per speaker.
Yeah, 20 and 10. Then it makes 30.
Is that proposal supported? Honorable Thopa?
Thank you, Chair. I actually support Honorable Malema. We still have another witness to
Your
have
support.
after. Yes, Chair.
Can I rotate and check? Honorable Sangodi, there is a proposal that we allocate 20.
We support it.
Supported. Honorable Skosana.
Agnambraro.
Okay. Bangazita.
Supported.
Supported. I will exercise some flexibility on the 10 minutes. Yeah, it's fine. We will allocate 20 minutes per full member. It's now 20 minutes to 3. We're starting from the ANC. Yeah, your 10 minutes start now.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good afternoon, General.
Good afternoon, Honorable Kanyile.
I'll go straight to your statement. In paragraph 26, you indicate, if I'm looking at your statement, you say that subsequently, still in January, and after your discussion, January 2025, after your discussion with Lieutenant General Kumalo, whilst in his office, Lieutenant General Sbiya also inquired whether you had engaged Lieutenant General Kumalo regarding the transfer of the PKTT case dockets to your office. And then, looking at that inquiry about Lieutenant General Sbiya, according to you, what did you read in that inquiry? What was he trying to say with that inquiry? Yeah, with Lieutenant General Kumalo and his present also. Can you say?
Thank you very much, Honorable Kanyile.
So can you say?
So Kanyile, I apologize, Honorable Member. Honorable Kanyile, when General Sbiya spoke to me, I took it that he assumed that General Kumalo spoke to me, because at the time he said this, he had not spoken to me. So this was the first time that he was raising the matter. So what went in my mind was that maybe he was following if I understood what General Kumalo was saying, and if I am going to comply with that request to General Kumalo. Because remember, the initial instruction was General Kumalo must give me the dockets, but not to me, from General Kumalo to myself.
Okay, but
Thank you.
reading further, your statement, In the next paragraph, you are saying that as much as yourself with Lieutenant General Kumalo, you have talked about this informally, but you didn't want to indicate to Lieutenant General Sbiya that you have talked. Why? Why didn't you say, no, we've just talked casually about this? Why didn't you want to, as if there's something you wanted to say that in this one, I don't want this one to know. To me, it seems it's like that.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sokanyile. If maybe we read it again, actually, I did not hide that I spoke to General Sibiya. And I did respond to him that General Kumalo spoke to me informally. Informally means that there was no official attachment to the discussion because he had a letter and I didn't. And I think for that reason, I then asked that if he wants me to act as General Kumalo received a letter, he must do the same to me. Thank you, Honorable.
Okay. Then in paragraph 29, you indicate that according to Deputy National Commissioner's letter sent to you, that letter is annexure HKS4, the directive by the minister was based on an assessment which concluded that PKTT no longer made significant contribution to the broader policing effort. Are you aware of any assessment that have been undertaken on the work of the PKTT that is maybe looking at their performance, that it can be even penned down to say that there was an assessment?
Honorable Zokanyile, and I think I did testify to this earlier, that there was no assessment that was made available. There was just a mere mention of the assessment. I think in my response, I even said that the IMC would have then had to look at that assessment. So as far as I know, there was no assessment conducted in this regard. And if there was, we never received, I personally never saw the report. Thank you.
If an assessment maybe has been done, would you say that assessment was done by the minister or by the NC?
An assessment is in the purview of the operational heads. So for example, as we provide progress to either the ministers or the national commissioner, that is an assessment of, for example, if you are intervening on political killings or let's say contract killings. In the assessment, we are saying that the threat has been stabilized or the threat requires us to continue with our efforts. So it is not the minister who then provides an assessment. It is actually the operational heads and probably led by the national commissioner who then provides the assessment to the minister, to the ministers who then deliberate, and based on that presentation, they then take a decision whether the threat has been stabilized or we can proceed with the interventions.
If the minister has been given a report, a particular report by particular general to say that they are no longer needed, this PKTT, then wouldn't that be an assessment that the minister can talk about?
I do agree with you. It could be an assessment, but still it would require discussion with all the relevant role players. Thank you, Honorable.
Because to me, if I'm a minister, you come here as head of particular areas, you give me a report assessing the situation that on that corner, it is like this, then I will have a conclusion or a recommendation to say, if we are saying like this, don't you think there was someone who have given the minister a briefing about the performance of the PKTT?
Honorable, if I may say, let's say that happens and the minister is given a briefing. The minister still has an obligation to call all the operational heads to say, I have this assessment in my possession, and this is what it indicates. Can we either engage the author to clarify to us how did they get probably to the conclusions, or maybe can we engage and get ideas from the floor on how do we proceed with the matter? I don't think there's anything wrong with an assessment. But I think how you take it forward, it cannot just be General Sintumule doing it. I will have to call my component heads for us to look at it and see how we can take it forward. The most significant part that is said in the statement is that it is no longer making a significant contribution to the broader policing efforts, because that talks now to organizational direction moving forward, meaning that you don't prioritize this matter anymore. So definitely a discussion is required for something as monumental as the statement. Thank you, Honorable.
Okay, in paragraph 32, you refer to the National Commissioner's proposal of a winding down disbandment plan for the PKTT. And further in paragraph 33, you indicate that it was not feasible to implement the handover process within 7 days as instructed by the DNC. Were you agreeing with the winding down approach?
I was agreeing with the winding down approach because it made operational sense.
Why did you think it was not feasible to implement the handover process within 7 days then?
I explained earlier, Honorable Sokanyile, that to disband or to decommission, you have to take into account other processes. There are 5 competencies involved in any task team that we have. And that's why we would call it a one-stop shop. So if you disband, as you actually do your interventions, you generate dockets, that is, which will lead to investigations. So by the time you decide to disband, you need to assess how far are those investigations. If, for example, some of them are ongoing, definitely you cannot say you're going to disband. You will then have to give the investigators more time to investigate, place the dockets on the court roll, and upon conclusion, then you can assess. I think, like proposed here to say, once the investigator is done with an investigation, then he can go back to his place of origin or station of origin. So for that reason, it is not possible to just disband a structure like that.
In paragraph 39, you are saying that during the deliberations regarding the implementation plan on the disestablishment of the PKTT, you indicate that the DNC was not pleased with the approach of keeping the court going dockets with the PKTT, arguing that would imply the team was not disbanded. Further, that the National Commissioner and Lieutenant General Musikidi were not in support of the DNC's approach, but rather supported the retention of the court-going dockets with the PKTT, as the handing over of those dockets would adversely impact upon the court processes. Were you not concerned about the displeasure of the DNC on the implementation plan?
Thank you, Honorable Sokanyile. I'm not sure if I said this to this meeting earlier, that in this process, we are guided by what is operationally sound and correct. It's not about the sentiments of the individuals. It's about how do we serve this process moving forward. So I wasn't as much concerned because at the end of the day, as an investigator, he would know that it is not an easy thing to do, to take a court going to docket, which means already it's on the court roll to give it to someone else. Because it actually affects other processes, including your chain of custody. Thank you, Honorable.
Okay, in paragraph 42, you indicate that the DNC insinuated that, if I can quote you, I was now like Lieutenant General Kumalo, and I was you were dragging your feet in implementing the minister's instruction. What was your view about this comment that he made? That you are now like Lieutenant General Kumalo?
For me, it was a matter of forced compliance. To say that if you don't comply, it means that now they will, maybe the minister himself and generals and chief of staff will then conclude that I'm also anti-implementing the instruction. That was my reading of it.
Does it mean that even Lieutenant General Kumalo was anti? Because here, the DNC says you are like Lieutenant General Kumalo. Then you are saying that it would mean that you were anti. You didn't want to, in other words, you didn't want to implement the minister's directive. So it means that Lieutenant General Kumalo was seen as a person who didn't want to implement that directive.
It was the DNC's assessment, and that's why he was insinuating that way.
So it is the DNC who had that
Yes,
about yourself and Lieutenant General Kumalo,
yes.
meaning that you are in one cabal.
Honorable Sokanyile, I want to submit to this house that this process has actually pinned the police against each other. And I think we are seen to be either for.
Having facts.
And yes, and as I said that, for me, the truth and the process should prevail. It is not, and I did say, it's not about General Mkwanazi, it's not about General Sibia. It's about what is the correct procedure for us to go through things. And unfortunately, I think as you respond, then immediately you are attached to a person. From where I sit, I think I serve the organization.
In paragraph 46, you indicate that after the meeting of the 27th March, 2025, you were upset, and you remember asking the National Commissioner why the dockets should come to you. The National Commissioner responded that it was because you are the head of detectives. Is it your view that the dockets were not supposed to come to your office? I understand that you said the dockets, they were supposed to be taken to subs. You have said that, but now you are discussing this. Who should have taken those dockets to subs? Because I see this as someone who must be given the dockets, then you take them to subs. Why were you upset about that?
And I wish to state, Honorable Sokanyile, that I think my response was emoted in the spur of that moment. And the National Commissioner was correct to say that the dockets should actually be taken by the head of detectives, because it's not about Kosi as a person or General Sintumule, it is about a process. But I think in that spur of the moment, you actually wished you didn't have to find yourself in this particular position.
Then what happened to the docket?
The dockets eventually, I think, were handed over to me, and I think eventually back to KwaZulu-Natal. So they are now in KwaZulu-Natal.
You just put them in the safe and close them. Thank you, Chair.
No, they are being investigated. Thank you very much, Honorable Sokangi.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is it you, Honorable Ngola or Honorable Sangon?
Thank you very much, Chair. Quick, you say there was a February 2022 meeting that has extended the term of the KTT existence.
Yes.
Are you aware if the minister was actually made aware of such a resolution?
I wouldn't know, Honorable Ngola. I have never sat in any meeting where the PKTT was discussed, where the minister, the national commissioner was. So I wouldn't know if he was made aware.
Yeah, I'm asking because the minister testified here and said the PKTT wasn't supposed to have existed beyond 2022.
Mm.
In a nutshell, saying it was now irregular beyond 2022. What's your take on that?
My take is, again, if he says it was irregular, it should be backed by a meeting with a decision that then said, the team has managed to stabilize political killings in KwaZulu-Natal. And I think as a structure, together with the DGs, including the National Commissioner, then they would have said that there's no further requirement for the PKTT. I gave an example of a project in one of the provinces where that assessment was reached and a decision to decommission was taken. And again, as you decommission, then you take care of specific elements that requires extension and you disband those that don't require extension.
Okay, so you say you have solicited a threat analysis against a police officer who was testifying in a high-profile corruption case. After the security assessment, the risk assessment, security assessment, whatever it is, you then managed to get the police officer and the family protected. So was this the complaint against you at IPID? Was it related to that?
It was related to that.
Who was the complainant?
General Sibia
General Sibia complained.
complained. I think he said that there was fraud committed in my office because these members actually, they were said to be protecting him. And another allegation was that I'm surveilling him using these same members. I remember I spoke to NATCOM to say, are you aware of this particular matter? And National Commissioner said to me, yes. So I told him, but are you aware that this is the matter about Captain M? And he said, no. I said, yes, General. So for me, I don't know where the misunderstanding was in relation to that.
Do you think it was a misunderstanding?
For me, it was because for me, General Sibia had just come into the organization. And I think in matters like these, executives, let NATCOM call us and then discuss. And instead of, I work with you directly. And how do we then move forward? You open a case against my office. There's no suspect. You say that the suspect will be picked up as they investigate, So maybe as a person who actually was pro teamwork, I felt really offended and I thought that it was uncalled for.
Do you think IPID has been weaponized? Yeah, sorry if I put in a corner.
Yeah, it is a
I'm
corner.
asking because we've received numerous allegations about IPID since we've started this work.
Maybe I can respond to it this way, Honorable Ngola. I actually think that the law enforcement agencies could be weaponized, not only IPID.
No, I'm specifically asking about IPID because we've received numerous testimonies that are directed to IPID.
can I take it to me personally? I've never had an incident where probably I had an issue with IPID being weaponized.
Do you think that your current case at IPID was it a genuine complaint against a police official, or General Sibiya is trying to weaponize IPID to fight battles between you and him? Just be frank. We're here for that.
I wouldn't say no, but I would not be informed.
So
of
there
the
is a
dynamics.
possibility that there's a weaponization of IPID.
For me, there is.
Okay, thank you. So you were dancing at a party with Mr. Matlala. He testified here
Hmm.
and said he only went to, is it the same party of the engagement of the Gerald Sibiya's son?
I think it is. I didn't go during the day, during the ceremony, but I came later. So that's why I
Okay,
think
when you were invited on what?
there was
You are hereby
I think
cordially invited to attend this and that.
there was no formal invite. He just said he's got a ceremony at home and he would like for us to attend.
Baba, past time.
Yeah, kaloku Saturday kwamziyawa.
Okay. So under oath, Mr. Matlala testified that he only went there to pick up his wife. You sat next to his wife.
Yes.
Did you notice her being heavily drunk such that she can't drive?
No,
So it was, according to you, according to observation, it's not true.
my observation was that she was sober, she was engaging, and she didn't come to me across as a person who was intoxicated.
Okay. And what was your observation on Mr. Matlala? Was he part of the guests invited, or he was a passerby?
You know, Honorable Ngolane, in the spur of this moment, because General Tema only pointed him to me, and if I was sitting this way and he was standing over there, he was just standing. I didn't even pay attention to what he was doing, but he actually was a guest because
Okay.
for me, he looked like a
So
person who was-
it's not true that he went as a passerby to pick up Mrs. Matlala. Okay. You're saying there are trust and uncomfortable issues between you and General Sibiya. What's causing that? Because you are working in the same office, for God's sake.
I will start by his testimony at Madlanga Commission when he was asked, and he did accede that he's a person who really like changes, you know, his emotions are not constant. With General Sibiya, he is a very good operative, you know, but he can change today. Let me start it from the beginning. When he was appointed as DNC, I was the only person not invited to his celebration, and I think celebrations after that. General Kumalo and others would go. Then later on, General Kumalo doesn't come. Now I'm invited, you know. So you would think that actually you are working and then suddenly then he changes. Now this is where tradecraft comes in. Then you need to, employ your defensive.
What makes you uncomfortable with General Sibiya?
His ever changing mood and I think his approach to you as a person, you know, and the fact that today you can be in his good books and you're working well, and then tomorrow suddenly something happened and you wouldn't know. He wouldn't engage and say, General Sintumule, I am concerned. There are the issues.
But you attended a number of
His
Sibiya's parties.
as I clarified just now, that initially I was not a guest, but when things turned south with General Kumalo, then I now was an attendee.
But you always ensure that there is company on you when you attend.
You know, I'm not one to mix work with pleasure.
Then
But I
why
think
do you go to parties?
it-
Because
I
parties
think
are
in
leisure.
yes, in the spirit of building a team, we were crime detection. General Kumalo and General
So you
Sibiya,
were detecting crime at parties.
no, definitely not honorable. It was just in the spirit of building a team and supporting a colleague.
But a colleague you are uncomfortable with and you are not trusting.
And I would never be comfortable with. I have never been comfortable with.
Okay. Divisional Commissioner detectives and forensic services. Do you accept that it was highly irresponsible of you to facilitate a transfer of dockets you don't know what they contain?
No.
Okay.
In this environment, we work on a need to know basis. And I think when it comes to certain entities, when a case is opened at a station, it is opened on the subsystem. However, for DPCI and IPID, they already have functions on the system where a docket can be moved over to them. But with IDEC, it's only now that we are working on that particular,
So you mean it was responsible for you to transfer dockets to IDEC without you knowing what they contain?
if I could be a
Even if
suspect.
it would have been a treasonous act?
Yes, I could be a suspect in those dockets. And I think it's not about IDEC. It's about the principle of need to know. If I need to know, somebody would tell me. But normally, let's say my son is a suspect, my husband is a suspect. So sometimes, and I think I've learned from intelligence, if you compartmentalize, if you need to know, you definitely would need to know. And again, if you go to the section 28, particularly.
But General Sintumula, you didn't even know how many dockets we're talking about.
There were 4.
You said there were 4, but you later discovered that there were actually 6 or 9. I
There
don't
were
know.
7, yeah,
7.
yes.
So do you now accept that it was irresponsible of you of transferring police information to a different institution at NPA without you knowing the number of the dockets taken, without you knowing what is contained in that docket?
I would still remain with my answer, Honorable, that in my capacity as the DevCom, I did not have to know the contents of the dockets. And transferring dockets for me, it's not about police information. It is actually law enforcement information. So if IDEC writes it down and says, these are our dockets, I am not the one to say. no,
Where
they
were
are
these
not.
dockets kept?
They were in General Jacob's office.
Safe.
In his safe, yes.
Where do you normally keep dockets?
Dockets are kept at a station.
Why were they in a safe at someone's office?
And I think that's what General Jacob.
Are these dockets the dockets of Honorable Adams?
I checked yesterday, sorry.
So it's Honorable Adams' case that was
Yes.
kept in a safe.
Yes.
Do you think that he is justified to think that you were sabotaging his cases?
Not his cases, he was not the IO. As you can see, the dockets actually
He's the
belong.
complainant. That's the point. He went to open cases, 3 police stations.
Mm.
He went to. And he says to us, he was testifying, he's still going to testify today. He was testifying that he has went to 3 police stations on the basis that he felt that you, police of South Africa, are sabotaging him. That's the reason he even went to an extent of going to IDEC. And you come here and confirm that the dockets he opened a case on at police stations were kept in a safe of someone's office, not where dockets usually get kept at SAPS.
I was not part of any sabotage, and I think I wouldn't accede to that. And I would agree with you. And I did say this over and over again. The dockets are not supposed to be kept in general's offices.
Okay, you did your medical operation on the 16th of October, 2023.
Yes.
On the same day in your bank account, you received 13,500 and you received 70,000 rands. What was the source of that money? Same day.
It was not receiving. Let me clarify.
Beg your pardon?
I beg your pardon?
It was not what?
It was not receiving.
Hmm.
Those statements means it's money that has gone out.
Okay.
As I explained, and I gave all the evidence to the evidence leader. Part of the money came from my police bonus. That's the 13,500. You can see on the statement, the amount is more, but when that money goes down, the amount goes less. But on the same day, from my credit card, I transferred 80,000 into my African bank account. And on the same day, that money went into my check account. So the 7,000 you see, it's the money that came into that account. Then on the same day, it went to pay General, Dr. Pet. So there is trace of the money. It never came from anywhere.
Dr. Pet is the responsible doctor.
Yes.
Okay.
And she's passed on. She's passed on. God rest her
She's
soul.
passed on.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, may her soul rest in peace. Lastly, do you know the extent of the relationship between Mr. Mantlala and General Shadrach Sibiya?
I don't.
You work together,
We
you
work
party
together.
together,
Yeah.
you mingle together, you drink together, you dine together, you dance together. Do you know the extent at which they are close?
Can I say this and say this to the whole world? I don't dine with General Sibiya. I don't dance with General Sibiya. I don't go anywhere with General Sibiya. Yes, maybe there were those parties, but for me, it was not like a personal thing that we are friends. I would say the same. I would say something like that with General Ten, whom I'm always with, So I wouldn't, there were lots of people in General Sibiya's house. I mean, you can ask. And sometimes we would sit with them, with the National Commissioner, we would actually wonder, but who are these people, because there will be a lot of them. But I don't know, and I've never seen, even on that day when Mr. Matlala was there, I didn't see General Sibiya talking to Mr. Matlala, because I mean, he was there, it was in everybody's view. So I don't have a comment on that.
Thank you. Chair, I'm done. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you, Kos.
Nkosi.
Thank you very much,
It
Chair.
is 15:15.
It is 15:15. I will be done at 35 past. Thank you, Chair.
25.
35 past. If not sooner. General Sentimole, thank you.
No. Can we allow the honorable member to ask? What is the question?
What is the procedure that allows?
No, it's a point of clarity. Wa bona hore wa thoma ke bolela wa bolela.
No, it's
Ke re wena o thome wa bolela nna ke bolela.
Ke re point of clarity. Do you know go ikwisha
me
ko?
who allows you to speak.
Okay. I want to understand Urna, ANC, then they are done. Because we're not going to have a second round.
Once they are done, they are done.
Oh, so we're done. Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I wanted to understand.
Can go again if you like. Thank you very much, Chairperson. General Sentibule, okay, I've already greeted you. I heard you calling Honorable Ngola into order for not greeting you. We've become very skeptical in this committee of praising people. Sometimes it backfires. I think the one person who's still dedicated to it is Honorable Salt. But I do want to put it on the record that we've seen a number of generals from the South African Police Service, many of them women, and I think that it is something that we should really acknowledge and applaud, especially even just looking through your CV. I think it's a very distinguished and impressive career record. So I wish you more strength in the work that you do, and thank you for the service to the country. I was a bit late this morning, Chair, so I'm not sure if General Sentimule had introduced who is accompanying her. Okay. Can I just ask, why is Major Van Rooyen not here? She has accompanied most, if all, of the Lieutenant Generals.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sangoni. She actually was with me throughout. However, remember the sitting was for last week and she is traveling today with her family on holiday. She won't even be here when the National Commissioner appears.
Okay, so it's not like you're dumped.
No, actually, during Madlanga, she sat with me throughout with the consultation about I think up until yesterday, she was with us.
Okay.
Yes.
Now you are acting DNC.
Maybe can I also add that she even texted me to say all of the best.
Okay, no, that's fine. You are acting DNC crime detection since 1st August 2025. Is this Lieutenant General Sbiya's post? Were you appointed when he was, is he suspended? Okay. Who was DNC before Lieutenant General Sibiya?
It was General Njinga and who retired.
Okay.
And before her, General Tsumani, who also retired.
Now, how was General Sibia appointed? Because at some point you were all on the same level, right, as DivComs for the different components?
In actual fact, if I can just clarify, when General Sibia came into the police, I had just vacated my office as head organized crime. That post became vacant. So in his victory based on the court outcome about his employment with SAPS, then he came into that position. So in essence, he came and reported to me.
Okay, and then how then did you come about to report to him?
In the police, there's lieutenant generals, and the DNCs are actually your super DDGs, and all of us are DDGs. Then there's major generals. So the national commissioner and the minister can take somebody at major general level. If they feel that that person will suit to the post, then that person is elevated. It could be over you.
Is there a process, General Sentimule? And I'm asking this because, I mean, we heard people complaining about how General Mkwanazi was made an acting national commissioner. So was there a process that is followed to move General Sibia from head of
Organized crime.
organized crime to a DNC?
We have a policy, actually it's part of our directives, which is called Section 45. So a national commissioner can approve an elevation of a person without advertising the post, I think based on the minister's approval.
Is it effective? Don't you have fallouts amongst yourselves on that thing? Because it means I just look at you, I like you, I
What-
decide you must be DNC.
I think that the downside of it is exactly what you are saying, because it could be open for abuse.
Is it open for
Yes.
abuse and has it been abused now?
I've never actually implemented it or been near the process, maybe where I became the applicant for somebody. So I wouldn't know, but I can safely say that it is open for abuse.
Okay.
or it
And
could be-
it specifies criteria, no?
It does specify, remember, there are requirements for a person to occupy a certain position. So there is a motivation that is forwarded to the minister for his approval.
Okay. All right, let's move. Dr. Pat, your doctor, sorry. And please, General, don't ever stand up and twirl for anybody. You have a right to do what you please with your body. But I'm interested, is this Dr. Pat, who's your doctor, the same Dr. Pat who Akane Matlala was Dr. Pat's mother's driver?
Yes, that's what General Tema told me when she introduced Zakan. Because I already knew, Dr. Pett is General Tema's friend. I think they come back a long way. So in our interaction, I knew Dr. Pett, and I think there was a situation where one of her employees passed, Orichi, and I think I had to accompany Sandra to the memorial service. So that's the same Dr. Pett, yes.
So Mrs. Tsakane Matlala
Yes,
was a driver.
that's what General Tema informed me,
How did you meet Dr. Pat?
through General Tema. They were friends. I think they stayed in the same estate as well.
Okay, okay, let's move on to issues of the PKTT. So now, were you,
Sorry, Honorable, I think I did say General Tema is prepared to actually depose an affidavit on all the issues that you want to clarify.
no, that's fine. I suppose for me, it's like such a coincidence, right? Well, firstly, I didn't know Mrs. Matlala was a driver. And then it's a coincidence that she then just happens to be a former driver to the mother of the doctor. Yeah, I mean, yeah, okay. The ministerial directive, were you surprised by that directive when you eventually got to know about it in the letter of the 4th of February?
I think it only surprised me when General Mkhwanazi was not in the picture. Like I said, that when we were in Parliament on the 5th, we were with the minister on the 6th.
No, but when you were told that the minister said disband PKTT, what went through your mind about that?
it's an instruction that I understood the history of the PKTT because I was part of the process. But if General Sibia says it is an instruction, however you feel, you have to comply. And not only to me, General Kumalo also was given the same instruction.
Okay, okay, you said, I'm quoting you here to one of the questions that the honorable members, you said you understood the instruction. This is now when the minister was unhappy, you were not undermining his authority. But you then also say he had no mandate or authority to disband PKTT. So which one is it? Because you specifically used the words, I understood the instruction and I was not undermining his authority. I suppose I'm also asking this because somewhere else you say the letter then legitimized the instruction for you. So what is your understanding? I mean, you were busy carrying out this instruction. Why now would you then suddenly say he has no authority?
Where the problem arose, it's when I engaged General Mkwanas as the ultimate custodian of the same dockets that I have in my possession. I think for me, that's when I realized that the process was flawed. For example, if General Mkwanas was involved, we could have continued, you know. But the fact that he now says, how did they get there? And if you bring them here, I will not be responsible for them, you know. And I did say that for me, it becomes.
So if General Mkwanazi had been involved, then, you know, like the National Commissioner, you were of the view that the minister could issue the directive, he had no problem. The National Commissioner's problem was the how part of it, and your problem was the exclusion of General Mkwanazi.
If he was involved, he would have probably okayed it because he was consulted. At times, the PC would not necessarily come and sit with us at head office, but if he's in the know, he would okay the process.
How did you forget General Mkwanazi? Because you and General Kumalo were running this process. You said you agreed on steps to be followed. Would you not, in drafting your plan, have General Mkwanazi as part of the stakeholders you must consult?
As I said, on the meeting of the 5th of March, General Mkwanas was in attendance. So my assumption was that he already had been briefed. And remember, I was on leave when this whole process was started. General Mkwanas and General Kumalo, General Masemula, General Rabi were meeting General Sibia. So when General Mkwanas was in that meeting, in my mind, I
He was
heard
part of
that
it,
actually
okay.
he was part of it
Okay.
until I spoke to him.
Okay,
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry to be rushing you. I agreed on 20 minutes here. Before the Madlanga Commission, Lieutenant General, I think it was Sibia, says that you expressed the view that the PKTT was untouchable, and you allege that in your opinion, the task team was being used to siphon the budget allocated to it. Can you just give us your view on that? Did you express concerns about the PKTT in the budget?
On this, I would like the committee to hear me for what I say. General Sibia, throughout, he would actually really, and I said that he was actually strategically recruiting, want you to agree with him. And I think in that discussion on that audio, I actually employed what I would call your counterintelligence defensive approach to say, I'm going to feed him whatever he wants, disinform him, because it was no help. Why I'm saying that? Because if you look at what he said and the documentary evidence, the following day, I called General Mkwanas and I went on with business as usual. So for me, he wanted to corner you to be able to say, yeah, no, this is wrong. So I thought, you know what? I'm done with this guy.
Marini Bangani, that he would even go to the extent of recording you and take it to Madlang?
I don't know. And I actually feel that I don't want to get into the pigsty, you know, with him. And I want to be above the situation. I think my conclusion even had a quote about forgiveness to say, maybe he needs forgiveness. There's an English saying that had people, you know. Maybe I had him with my testimony at Madlanga. Maybe he actually assumed that actually I was working with him. And
Okay,
yeah,
just for the record then, General Sentimela, are you saying that you reject a notion that says you don't believe that the PKT was genuinely engaged in effective policing? You disagree that they didn't deliver any meaningful investigative outcomes? What is your true reflection of
my
the
true
work?
reflection
the
is,
PKTT.
I believed in the work of the PKTT, hence even today I still work with them. As I said, it was part of my counterintelligence, General Sibia must be off my back. I mean, there was a point where I said, redeploy me, you know? So for me to survive, I thought, okay, let me handle him this way. But my feeling is still that I never expressed in any document to say, I don't believe in it. I never even signed their request for extension for detectives.
Okay, why do you think General Sibia was putting pressure on you to get those dockets? Did you ever ask him why he was so eager to obtain these documents?
He's not a person you can ask. If his mind is made up, he's adamant. So for me, there was no reason to ask him.
Okay. I think Honorable Ngola has already canvassed a lot of the issues around the IDEC. I just want to know how did those documents get to General Jacobs safe?
From what I gather, he took them from the province, from General Kumalo's office, General Mbuso Kumalo, not Domisani Kumalo, the DPC, and were given to Colonel Phillips, I think then to General Jacobs, and he kept them at his office in his safe.
Why?
You know, General Mkhonazi and I, when we were discussing this matter, even General Kumalo himself, we asked ourselves as to why. It's something that I cannot respond to. And as I said, there's
I'm
no
going to
police.
push you, General, because you are the supreme leader of all dockets in the country.
Yes.
If something like this happens, and I mean, you've had a bit of time now, we need to know why General Jacobs took those dockets.
I wouldn't know why, but I can tell you that it was not practice. Hence, I even asked his own division to put it down writing to say, even in their line of work, they are not encouraged to actually take the entire docket. I can give examples where, let me say now, during the PKTT investigations, when Colonel Kumalo and the other members are looking for linking dockets, we request the province and we write there that they must give us copies of the dockets, not the original dockets.
So he takes these dockets, we don't know why, then he gives them to Colonel Phillips, then he puts them in his safe. All of these are breaches. What has since happened to General Jacobs since all of this has come to light?
I would like to start this from the fact that when the docket story was discussed, my assumption were these. When I think of IDEC, I'm thinking State Capture, I'm thinking Zondo Commission, I'm thinking ESCOM, I'm thinking Transnet. I was assuming that these were those dockets, but I only learned later that actually it was based on a complaint to the minister and National Commissioner from Honorable Adams to say that these dockets were not getting job. So that is how he got involved in the process. Hence, I said, I don't think he did anything wrong. Safe to say he wasn't supposed to keep the dockets in his safe.
Okay. Through you, Chair, can we request that SABS provides us with a comprehensive report on how these dockets have ended there and also consequence management for what is clearly a breach? My last two questions, General. You testified here that Advocate Andrea Johnson called you after, not sure if after the testimony or.
Way after.
Yeah. Is it usual for her to call you and what did she have to say?
Advocate Johnson and I worked together for more than 10 years. We've chaired the CIT committees, we've chaired committees on organized crime, we've attended training together. So we actually not necessarily talk, but we would interact. And after her testimony, I just shut down because I felt that 2 minutes of engaging with her became the center of her testimony. So one of the things she wanted to know, why am I quiet? And then I clarified to her that actually, as you were testifying, here are the issues. And I felt that you were supposed to clarify. For example, when you get a docket as a prosecutor, you go through a diary and you see what should be or is contained or actually done on the. You're not supposed to say no, but SABS is supposed to check. I mean, this is a chain of custody thing that we're talking about. So the reason she came was to understand why was I like shutting her out.
Okay, but in truth, Advocate Johnson threw you under the bus. And from your testimony today, it's clear that she lied as well, to you and to this committee. Did you raise that with her and what did she say?
I raised it and in earnest to say she supposed to submit a clarifying affidavit to which she agreed.
Okay, which we have not received, I
And-
suppose.
And actually, she promised that before I appear, she would have submitted it. I'm not
I'm
sure.
sure there's no clarifying affidavit. Bonan? No. Okay, maybe then finally, General Sentimule, given everything that has happened, and I heard how passionately you replied to Honorable Sokanyile that you are not part of factions, will this management of subs ever be able to work together again? Are you seeing yourselves at least trying to find one another? Thank you that you did put some recommendations, but I think I'm also worried about the human and the leadership element that we have. Will you be able to work together, and what do you think needs to be done to ensure that that happens?
My approach to the question would be based on why are we employed by subs? Why is there government in the country? Why are there government departments? How do they synergize and for us to be able to deliver a service to the communities? When we serve, we don't serve at our behest. It is actually at the behest of the people of this country. So how we feel or how we see each other should not be a determining factor of us moving forward. I think for me, we are here for a reason. And if, for example, some of us don't belong here, then let it be. But if we are not progressive, we actually affect even those who are coming after us.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, General Sentimole.
Thank you very much.
So,
Chair, when I raised my hand earlier before we start, I wanted to make a follow-up of what Honorable Malema has raised with you to say, unless things have changed, normally we used to have two members from us, from the ANC, from MK, and others, they'll have one. Wait, Chair, please.
Honorable Nomvalo has spoken to me.
No, I'm not talking about that, Chair. I'm saying the normal procedure was that you will come back. I think I was the last but one from MK after Shongwe and Honorable Nomvalo in the second round. Now, hence he was asking, what has changed maybe now that all of us, it's once and that's it. Did you understand, Chair?
I understand what you are saying.
Thank you. So we just wanted clarity that if that has changed, it's fine.
It depends on the flexibility of parties.
Thank you, Chair. Now,
Honorable Sangon.
Sorry, Chair, sorry, Honorable Skosan. I thought that, yeah, exactly what you're saying, because we decide how we allocate our time if we wanted to come at the end. I just want to make sure that our understanding is still correct. If we wanted to go later, we would. We just exercised our right.
It works on flexibility. Honorable
Thank you.
Nomvalo approached me and requested to come last, and I have agreed.
yeah, it was not only about Honorable Nomvalo approaching you. We just wanted to find out that we still have that formula which we had before, Yeah, because before it was the first and the second round, not the third round, Chair, this time.
Yes, no, that approach is still there.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Lieutenant General.
Sorry. So. Good afternoon, Honorable Skosan.
I just want clarity. The first one, you said that the National Commission and the Minister appoint a person to a post following Regulation 45. Am I right? But that is wrong. I think we must agree on that one because that's political interference because the minister is not empowered to perform any administrative function, any human resource function. Am I right?
Honorable, yes, you are correct. And I said that the minister approves, so the National Commissioner applies and the minister approves. And it's not only the paradigm that the minister approves, there are a number of things that we do where the National Commissioner becomes the applicant and the minister approves.
So,
And I think
at what rank, if I may ask?
I think 45, if I'm not mistaken, goes throughout all the ranks. So it's not tied to a specific rank. I have seen it being applied from people who were at, for example, colonel level, they would become brigadiers.
So the minister is empowered to do that.
Actually, the National Commissioner is empowered. The minister has to approve. And I think it's all about concurrence.
So if the minister doesn't approve, what happens?
Then it doesn't happen.
So you won't be appointed.
Because I think there is, if I'm not mistaken, I'm not really okay with it much, but the minister has to concur with your senior appointments. Though even if he doesn't, the National Commissioner can go ahead and appoint.
Hence, I'm sitting on that one to say, as far as my understanding is concerned, is that the minister cannot stop even if he doesn't approve the appointment by the National Commissioner. Thank you. And I wanted to ask a quick one before the issue of this SAPS National Inspectorate, which does your internal oversight division, it's a division within SAPS. Is it still in existence? Does it still exist?
In the
now?
new structure, it is not there. However, functionally, it is still there.
Yeah, because why I'm asking you is because there's a lot of problems about police stations around the country, and I think you know that. And I think they've dropped the ball because the complaints which we get from the portfolio committee as well and as members of parliament, it says that it does not exist at all. Let's start by. Let me start now as well. I just wanted to find out the clarity on these matters, and thanks for the clarification. And I hope that in the future others will know exactly what is happening within the police force. The police service, there's no more force. When did you first become aware of this allegation by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi regarding the interference in the organized crime investigations, and what immediate step did you take upon learning of them, if any?
On that 6th of July briefing that he had, it was the first time that I got to learn about those allegations. And I also wish to submit that at the time, I had reservations that probably could have been done differently. But I think upon realizing and also seeing what is coming out of this, I actually saw an opportunity for the organization to redefine itself. I can imagine if it didn't happen, where would we be right now? You know, so if maybe I normally say to people that the badge, which is the police badge, decides who to kick out. And I think in this process, my analogy was probably the badge got tired of the rod and the moment had come that we begin to purify the organization.
So you reckon that the ocean cleans itself?
Beg your pardon?
You reckon that the ocean will cleanse itself?
I don't think so. I think it requires people who can go in and begin to remove the chaff.
So in other words, you agree with what General Mkhwanazi did on the 6th of July by exposing all these issues and raising them, for the nation to understand the problem which we are encountering as a country.
I would say, as a person who didn't know, now that I know and I've seen, I think I would agree with what she did.
Now, as an acting Deputy National Commissioner for Crime Detention, do you confirm that the units which investigates crime ultimately fall under your operational oversight? The organized crime units they ultimately fall under your operational oversight.
Yes.
Do you agree on that? Now, are you happy with what is happening in that, in organized crime units?
Can I also talk about organized crime in general within the law enforcement, including DPCI? I don't think we have actually scratched the surface. Yes, we do have takedowns, we do have successes, but in my view, we are not dealing with the people whom we would call in organized crime high flyers, the people who can't explain their income, the people who can't explain their assets. Many a times we will deal with the low-level people. I think that's why we are not necessarily succeeding in neutralizing organized crime.
Now, my following up question on that, do you think General Sibia interfered in that organized crime unit?
In what way? Sorry, Honorable Scott.
No, what I'm saying, as you said yourself now, that we have not scratched. You know, the question now will be, we didn't scratch the surface as yet. Do you think there was any direct or indirect interference by General Sibia when he was heading the detection unit?
To actually agree with you would mean that General Sibia is the alpha and omega of organized crime in the country, and he is not. Maybe the element of what we see now, but I think broadly, we can all do better. It's not attached to one person. I mean, this is just a drop in the ocean, but I think the organized crime issue is a problem. That's why it is prioritized as well.
Yeah, well, hence why I'm asking about General Sibia. It's not personal, it's more about accountability as a head of the Deputy National Commissioner responsible for that. Hence, I'm asking whether do you feel that there was any interference by him?
I think the only time I can speak with certainty is when there are findings around all the allegations. But I think for now, I would not be able to comment on that.
At any stage, did the Minister of Police communicated with you formally or informally regarding the investigation on operational decision related to the matters raised by General Mkhwanazi?
Not at any stage.
Were any investigations into organized crime, political killings, or syndicate halted, slowed, or reassigned during your teenager as an acting deputy commissioner? And if so, who authorized those decisions?
If we are talking, for example, dockets around your PKTT, I will start with some of the dockets that we actually had to move. From the DNC had an outfit in his office that was conducting investigations. So those investigators had to go back to their respective units, and those dockets were reassigned. Depending on the nature of that investigation, it was assigned to a respective responsible unit according to that commodity.
You know, I'm trying to find if there was any operational obstruction, whether from IDEC or IPID, not necessarily IPID, IDEC in particular, or within the units at SAPS. So you say there was nothing at all?
And that I know of.
Now, can you point any factual inaccuracies in General Mkhwanazi public briefing? And if so, what's the documentary evidence do you rely on in case there's any?
General Mkhwanazi.
I just want your evidence of your opinion on this one.
General Mkhwanazi gave out allegations, and I think it is up to the investigating arms who are responsible, have been tasked with this particular matter, to be able then to sift what is factual and what remains allegations. But beyond that, I cannot make an informed opinion.
Are you satisfied that the current command structure within crime detection has protected investigation from political or any internal interference?
I think for me, until we actually conduct maybe a climate assessment, understanding the impact this has had on policing, then we can actually dissect the areas affected And then we can see if some of the insulation has been compromised. Only then can we then say, we can be able to heal what has happened.
In preparing your affidavit, which operational reports, investigation files, or official correspondence did you rely upon? And can you confirm they have been provided to this core committee? Like you, I mean, you have submitted a very comprehensive with some attachments.
All those came from my environment, save from the one that came from legal services in relation to the IDAC matter as well as inspectorate. But also particularly on supply chain, I relied on the national instruction.
If any organized crime investigation were compromised or interfered with, will not that fall within the oversight responsibility of your office as an acting deputy national commissioner for crime detection?
Certainly, we have had.
So you take the accountability on that.
Yes.
What measures, if any, were taken by your office to protect officers who reported alleged interference in investigation before these matters became public?
I think I spoke at length in relation to Captain M. But also we have had other officers where we would ask for security, particularly when they conduct their investigations. One of those is to deploy a combat team to all complex investigations.
You said that you've engaged Lieutenant General Jacobs and informed him about the request from IDAC. I think that's Advocate Johnson, as you said, she's going to send us an affidavit. Requesting IDAC for the dockets in his position. You said you requested that Lieutenant General Jacobs hand over the dockets as he is not supposed to interfere with the criminal matters because he'll be charged with defeating the end of justice. And you said that you submitted that neither Lieutenant General Jacobs nor Advocate Johnson gave you any details about the docket. You only knew about the dockets in relation to the arrest of Lieutenant Khumalo. So that was for the first time that you know about this matter.
On the 26th, and I think it was a Saturday,
26th July,
yeah,
yes.
I came back, I think a day before, outside the country. I think I was in Tanzania. David.M called me. That was the first time that I knew that those dockets actually were responsible for the later arrest of General Khumalo.
So the arrest of General Khumalo was not about the lady who was recruited from BMW.
From what I read in my discussion with him, it was in relation to that. But like I said, I didn't know that actually those dockets were the ones which were responsible for the investigation.
So as we speak here, General Mkhwanazi and the other members were arrested for these dockets, or were they arrested for the being sitting in that panel for the appointment of Brigadier?
The arrest of General Khumalo and in matters of General Mkhwanazi, it was about that matter of sitting in a panel. But in that list, there were dockets of General Lushaba, General Madondo, that also I've learned afterwards. So it was not on General Khumalo, it was also the senior managers from CI.
Now you only became aware that the legal opinion was obtained and signed off by the divisional commissioner, inspector, on the 11th of December 2024. There was a post that requested for my intervention by IDAC, and after my engagement with divisional commissioner inspectorate, the one I asked about earlier, you've attached the annexures here. Now, when there was your intervention, what was the response from Advocate Johnson?
As I said, Honorable, mine was just to facilitate. So they had to go get the dockets. And I think once they received them, she said to me, we have received the dockets.
Now, you spoke vividly about the issue of the police when Honorable, I think, Sangoni asked you now to say, you said that perhaps it's time for SAPS to reset. You know, because it looks like there's function within the top echelons of the South African Police Service. Do you agree?
When I say the affections, it
Yes.
means that I am saying that we are actually using our functional powers to perpetuate differences or wars. I've seen generals who actually walk the talk, and most of them, you wouldn't even find Honorable Mola in parties. You know, I wouldn't say the affections. Yes, there are differing views, but I think in this particular instance, maybe there were two worrying people, which led to people defining the factions.
Now, my last 2 minutes, because we don't have data today. This issue, you know, of Paul O'Sullivan, what's your take? Has he interfered in terms of how SAPS should run, whether it's top echelons, whether it's IPAD, whether it's IDEC, or the criminal justice system as a whole? Like at the NPA, we found that he was paid 100,000 instead of being paid 23,000 for whatever service. You know, the TCPI. In your view, what's your take? What's the role of Paul O'Sullivan in this mess which we find ourselves as a country?
First off, he's not part of law enforcement. And in my day-to-day engagements over a period, I've never engaged with him. So what you hear panning out is also what I hear. In my space where I work, I've never had a situation where I had to deal with
Him.
Yes.
Now, you heard him saying that he's opening dockets
I
Yeah.
had, I had
and
that,
take it to the police for police to sign.
that would be irregular from whoever would allow him. I think there are processes on how we register dockets, and civilians are not allowed.
But he said it himself that he was doing that for all the years. He took one docket to Mandla Mahlangu from IDEC as well. But he's been doing that for many years. And he was boastful when he was sitting here to say he opened door. And I asked him several times, and I was shocked that the police have allowed him to do that, to be law unto himself, because he's not a policeman. And I'm saying, as SAPS, what are you going to do with that? Because you know that now.
We have engaged legal services. I think the matter is currently under discussion. As I was not there, I think the better part of last week, so I will only hear with General Roy, General Kamal and Van Rooyen when I sit with them with the Technical Commission.
And speedy recovery to your son. What you said earlier here, that your son, unfortunately, because of what happened around you, and you know, we don't, though our kids are things are innocent, they don't deserve to be affected by all our mishaps in life and all our trials and tribulations. And may the good Lord help him to recover as speedily as possible. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you very much.
Honorable Sols, do you want to comment on the last remarks that Honorable Skosana has made?
Chair, the Bible says if two agrees on earth, shall be so. I want to agree with.
I don't know if he's listening to you.
I want to agree with Honorable Skosana. Amen. Hallelujah.
He has not listened. May you repeat what you.
He doesn't need to listen, Chair. He doesn't need to listen. It's about the atmosphere. What he said and what I say in the atmosphere, it shall be so. Amen. In Jesus' name.
May you say, hallelujah, Honorable Skosana. Thank you so much. Honorable Kola Barnett. Your time starts now. The microphone is not on.
Beg your pardon, I thought, yes, you are. I'm sorry, I can't see the lady at all. I'm terribly sorry. If you could move. Thank you so much. There you are. Hello. Good afternoon. Let me start with the elephant in the room. In paragraph 103, you say that Major General Tema suggested that you should approach Matlala for a donation to the SAPS. But it was surely clear to you that Muzi Kat Matlala was deeply involved in serious criminal activity, specifically as a tenderpreneur linked to organized crime and contract killings. Now, we all know that around May 25, he was arrested for allegedly masterminding a botched hit on his former partner, actress Tebogo Tobejane. And yes, you had approached him for a donation a year before that. But even then, he already had a long history of arrests dating back to 2000, including a 2001 conviction for burglary. Now, of course, the 2025 arrest, combined with revelations of 360 million rand fraudulent SAPS tender and his role in a criminal syndicate, firmly established his status as a major criminal suspect. Now, the question has to be, don't you look into someone before you ask for donations from them? How many times must a person be arrested before the SAPS distances themselves from him or her? And where was your due diligence in this instance? Even the smallest entity does due diligence so that they don't find themselves in the headlines as being in the thrall of criminals. And here you were, a highly experienced police officer, highly, we've looked at your qualifications, and you had no idea and you did not bother to check. I would like to know what the SAPS protocol is in this regard and how you, at the level you are, had the wool pulled so successfully over your eyes.
Thank you, Honorable Barnett. And I think, as I said earlier, that our over-reliance on supply chain, I think we burden supply chain. At the moment, and as I said, it was a hasty request, and I think because of the time, I didn't actually see anything wrong. I didn't read anything wrong. I didn't hear anything wrong. There were no issues that came to my attention about Mr. Matlala. So if there was a lapse, probably in judgment for me, I will take that rep. But I think supply chain for me at the time seems suffice to say they would then vet. If they okay, it means the person is fine or the company is fine.
Just to point out, Google is your best friend. You could have done a 3-second search and you wouldn't have had this issue even being raised. The Sabaya accusation that you weren't taking the PKTT disbandment seriously, speak to that. What is he on about?
In my view, and I think it will also show with the others, General Sibiya, within crime detection, wanted all of us to actually walk with him this journey. And I think that there was an instant where he even said to me, and I think I've got WhatsApps that I removed, where he said he knows now where I stand. So you are working with a person constantly who doubted you, who didn't trust you. So for me to be able to move forward, I was sticking to process and I was saying something else to him. And that's for me, as I said, it was part of my operational tradecraft handling of General Sibiya to be able to walk through. Because if you listen to what he said versus the process, you would see that actually there is a disjuncture there.
Okay, moving on to page 103, there's a reference to CAS 1650/10/2, in which there is a claim amongst others, that Lieutenant General Kumalo, for example, instructed other senior members of the service to ensure there would be no investigation into the alleged theft of Major General Shaba's official firearm, cell phone, and laptop by a sex worker. And it's alleged that the sex worker was paid off using funds from the Secret Service account. Now, the SAPS finding internally was that there was no evidence provided, therefore there was no charge. In such a matter, is it not the job of SAPS to do a cursory investigation of a matter, or would they expect, in this case, the MP to investigate the matter personally?
In my view, I thought there was a criminal matter already registered on the same matter. And I think the 4 dockets that I spoke about, one of those was in relation to General Shaba when I, after the fact, read I think some of the summaries. So in my view, there is a criminal matter that was registered. And I guess that's why actually he was also arrested at some point.
Yes, indeed, there is a criminal matter, but the internal finding was, well, there's no evidence, so there's no case. So that you understand they're diametrically opposed, and that, from my experience, is a very typical outcome. Okay, moving on. Now that the PKTT has been disbanded, to your knowledge, what's been done in terms of transferring the, I believe it's 96 members of the PKTT to other divisions? Where they've been relocated? The plan initially proposed that 68 of them be retained to finalize the 60 cases in court. Of the other cases you list, for example, 43 not guilty, 96 declined to prosecute, 9 undetected, and 35 awaiting constitutional court decisions. But there were 60 over. There were listed still, I think, 114 matters that were defined as court going. So I'm trying to reconcile the 60 cases to the 114. Is it possible that dockets perhaps include multiple charges? If you could explain that, please.
The team is still in existence. I can safely say that they are carrying the same dockets and more, because as they investigate, they link some of the dockets. For example, there was one in Mosina for a CIT. There was one in Gauteng for, I think it was for hijacking. And so more work is coming into their space. We are facilitating that. So the team, I think, as per the action plan and what we did and posted on Konazi's press briefing, the team was not disbanded. The team is operational, and General Kumalo is still the project manager.
Okay.
And those members are still within the team.
Yes, that's what I thought. You said in paragraph 62 that there were deep emotions associated with the dockets from the PKTT. Why do you think that was? Deep emotions in relation to a docket?
In my history in law enforcement, and I've been having to deal with some of these things, this has been the most emotive matter in policing, for those who are for and those who are against. And I think from where I sit, I just wonder, out of all matters that we are dealing with a high priority, why only this one? No, but I'm not getting any answer, save for what I see panning out in the public.
You said in paragraphs 65 that both Lieutenant General Mkonazi and General Mazimola distanced themselves from the issue of the PKTT dockets. Now, surely that's an issue they should have been on top of. I don't understand why they would simply step back or walk away.
General Masamula testified, I'm not sure whether at Adok or at Malanga, and said that he actually engaged General Sibia to say that those dockets should not be at head office. So when I called him, I guess he was surprised as to how did the dockets get to head office. Hence, he said, General Sibia must see to finish how he deals with it. General Mkhonazi, on the other hand, was not aware that the docket actually were removed from his province into national. So for that reason, I think they both felt that actually this is not what we have to deal with. We didn't start it, and therefore whoever started it must deal with it.
But this is the National Police Commissioner. Surely it was his job. I mean,
General
to just say I
Masamula
wash
said-
my hands of it and walk off seems a bit odd.
He didn't say I wash my hands. I think because he gave General Sibia an instruction to say those dockets should not be at head office. So probably his response was based on, I gave an instruction, no action was done, and therefore you can't bring it back to me.
Okay, I see you have great admiration for Minister Mkhunu, calling him one of the best ministers you had ever experienced as your political principal, and that he spent much time capacitating the detectives and wanting a plan from you and others, I presume, to further capacitate them and to go ahead with the re-enlistments of former detectives, something we suggested in the Police Portfolio Committee some time back. Do you think he would have disbanded what seems by all reports to have been an enormously expensive unit in favor of other entities without giving it due consideration?
The letter that I read from the DNC said an assessment was done. I've never seen the assessment, and I think if that assessment was there, I would be able to say maybe he did give consideration, but for now I can't respond because I don't know what informed that decision, because more so in the absence of an assessment.
So your opinion on standing back and looking over this whole debacle, What do you think the real motives were? If there were different motives from the obvious?
Minister Mkhunu came like, I think, my English is just running towards Natal. Minister Mkhunu, in my interactions with him, and I think with the National Commissioner being there and the others, he actually was focused on advancing the organization, So this side, discussion, decision, letter, I don't know what informed it. And I think for the love of God, I don't even know how to dissect it.
You referred finally how it would have been different if Lieutenant General Mkonazi had been included in the process of closing the PKTT, which you now have confirmed has never been closed. Why do you think he was excluded from the process, if indeed he was? Because I know we saw the movements in the portfolio committee and you brought various reports down the line. But that initial decision, why do you think he was excluded and for what possible reason?
Up to the time when I spoke to him, my thinking was, as the person who's the custodian of the dockets, he's involved. And for me, the process should not even start without. I referred to the previous minutes, which I said to Honorable Matheus, could be asked from National Commissioner, where General Mkhwanazi would be the one who will lead the discussions on the PKTT. So if you disband such a structure, at least the least you can do is to be able to refer back to him.
Thank you, Chair. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable.
Honorable Sopa.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good day, General Sentimule. How are you?
Good afternoon, Honorable. I'm great. How are you?
I'm great, thanks. I would just like to thank you first for coming here to assist and considering what your family is going through. It is acknowledged and it is appreciated.
Thank you very much for your consideration.
I'll start with a few direct questions, General, because we're here because there's been many allegations of widespread interference in SAPS and other institutions within the criminal justice system. You earlier said that there's this narrative that you are either here or there in terms, and I think we were speaking about factions at the time, and sitting here day and night, it seems to, or at least for myself, that there's a glaring split. And I'm not sure if I correctly captured you just earlier on. You said that there are no factions. I just want to hear, are there factions or are there no factions? Just categorically, so I hear you clearly.
I have not observed any factions in the police.
So there are no factions.
I've observed people in conflict, which will then spill over to other people. I'm not sure if that you define as a faction.
Yes, General, I think I asked this because I think it's very important. Because if there is a split, these are individuals that are causing the splits. Are they just for personal gain? Because there can be no ethical justification by splitting SAPS into camps and divisions. Do you believe that SAPS has been infiltrated or improperly influenced by any individual or organizations? And I want to clarify, I mean any individual, whether it be Kat Mahlala, whether it be ministers, whether it be ex-ministers, whether it be politicians.
When I look at the police, I look at it like I look at supply chain, where supply chain tenders would drive people's relationship with service providers. In the police, the dockets and other environments like supply chain would attract wrong people to people who are in power. And so for that reason, I do believe that there is a possibility of infiltration, maybe the scope of which we'll then have to further investigate.
General, you're very high up in SAPS. You're very high up in SAPS. I mean, you're not on the street. You are a very a senior officer. Are you saying you just think it's a possibility? Or do you know of anything and you're just not willing to speak of it publicly?
My issue would be on providing evidence, because if I say for a fact that, yes, there are affections, then I must say, no, sorry, yes, there is influence, then I must say, where did it happen, who was involved. So at this point in time, I do not have that, save to what we see playing in the public space. So I can't really speak on authority and confirm such.
In your belief, do you think the NPA or IDAC has been compromised in any way?
Again, it is based on what we hear. I have worked with IDAC, I have worked with the NPA, and in my tenure, I've not come across such incidents where I would feel uncomfortable because I would feel that they are captured.
Do you think IPID has been infiltrated in any way by any individual or any organization?
As I think my response to that earlier question was that actually all law enforcement agencies are susceptible to infiltration. So IPD is not safe either.
Did you only receive the written response from General Sabia on the 4th of February? And why do you think there was a delay in the correspondence from General Sabia getting the documents and the instructions to you, considering his testimony that he perceived it as immediate disbandment, it meant immediately? Why do you think it took him so long to start getting those documents to you, and then still left out documents like the letter from the minister and so forth?
My reading into General Sibia's instruction was that he actually spoke to General Kumalo in my absence when I was on leave. And, but he expected Kumalo to give me the dockets. And when Kumalo spoke to me, I mean, he had an instruction I didn't. And I think I made it clear that I will not really start a process without anything in writing. So whether it took fast or slow for General Sibia, but eventually he also had to instruct me as the receiver of those dockets.
Do you think General Sabia understood the instruction incorrectly? Do you think General Kumalo dropped the ball, giving you the instructions late?
I don't think so.
You don't think which one? Do you think General Sabia misunderstood the instruction that it had to be so hastened, or do you think General Kumalo was at fault of not giving you the?
I think neither, because General Sibia, when he gave General Kumalo the instruction, it was specifically for him to give the dockets to me, but I was not engaged. So for me, it's neither nor for the both of them.
You spoke about the minister's letter, I think it was paragraph 29, was based on an assessment. And I just want to make sure that you said what the assessment was he alluding to? And if I understood you correctly, you said you never saw this assessment.
The assessment would have referred to probably our efforts yielding results or not, and determining whether the project should proceed. So that would be an assessment that would inform him to say, according to this report, there is no more a need for the structure.
This assessment was given to the minister, am I correct?
According to his letter, he said he had assessment.
So when we asked the minister when he was here, he indicated, he came to this conclusion on his own on the 31st of December, the night that the letter was sent. That nothing, it was his own mind that informed him. He never spoke of an assessment that informed him up until that point.
Because he wrote the letter, I think then he will be in a best position to say, why did he even put it in the report in the first place if it was never there?
I question you on this because you did mention that you were with with the IMC and so forth from the beginning, and that's why I thought you might have a little bit more insight to this assessment because you were there from 2018 in the IMCs.
Yes.
So you're saying you're not aware of this, you don't know of it?
In actual fact, with Minister Mkuru's tenure, I've never sat in a meeting where any PKTT matter was discussed.
You spoke about Lieutenant General Sabia said that you're just like Kumalo, you're dragging your feet. And you seem to believe that you aligned with General Kumalo, that the approach that you were taking were correct, not as a faction. And the minister and General Sabia seem to be aligned in their expectations. So if I may ask you plainly, were you implementing the plan as you should have? And what was agreed upon on the dates agreed upon? And it can be a simple yes or no.
I would like to take it further because I want
problem.
to provide context. For me, the roadmap was based on the implementation plan. Hence, I said it didn't have to do with emotions or whoever feels what. When General Masamula was compiling his affidavit in response to General Sibia. He called us in and we were sitting. And I said to General Kumalo, but why didn't you tell me about these serious things? And one of the things he said was, we didn't know who to trust, you know? So for me, being between these worrying people, I don't think Sibia definitely didn't trust me. Kumalo also at some point didn't trust me. So it makes it difficult for one to function. Hence, I wanted this thing to be over and done with.
Can we just pause there for a second? You're saying that General Kumalo didn't know who to trust, and you're saying General Sibia didn't know who to trust. So if there was no factions, why would anybody of the generals have this feeling of trust issues with each other? It's one unit. It's the SAPS.
If we may maybe fast forward back to General Kumalo's testimony, where General Masamula's testimony, both of them, where they said in January they gave a report to the minister on General Sibia's activities. That is not a faction, you know, that is reports on crime. I don't think we have to emotionalize crime and make it about people, you know. So, sorry, my question was based on if such important things are happening, we're supposed to be called in and briefed so that we are aware, you know. But because of General Sibia was seen as a suspect, General Kumalo was investigating, you know. But that doesn't mean that these are factions, because there's actually issues of criminality that is being discussed. So in my position, I think you said something where now you just have to focus on the truth, because if you focus on the people, this side says they are targeting me, this side says the other one is not kosher.
I think where it becomes a split is when you have many people jumping on a bandwagon within the same SAPS, not seeing criminal activities, and you have a very same SAPS with a whole bunch of people jumping on the other bandwagon, despite possible evidence. And I think that is where I'm talking about a glaring split. So it's not about emotionalizing crime. It's that a whole group of SAPS members seems to back a certain individual, and a whole group of SAPS members back the opposite. And I think that is where the question comes in. But we'll pause there. Did General Masamulu have an agreement with all the timeframes on the transfers of dockets, etc.? Because you and General Kumalo were running it. Did General Masamulu give his blessing and was okay?
The plan was presented to the minister, and General Masamula was in that meeting. So when I said that it was tentatively approved, General Masamula also was in that meeting where the approach as we presented was approved.
When General Kumalo, and I think I heard you correctly, you said General Kumalo started venting in a meeting on the 27th of March. You said it, and the meeting was prematurely ended. This was when the 121 dockets was discussed. Am I correct?
It was the minister, not General Kumalo.
Was General, sorry, was
the
it
minister.
minister? Who ended the meeting prematurely?
It was the minister.
All right. So the minister, did he basically present and then cut himself short?
No, General Kumalo was presenting.
Yes.
And I think with the issue of the figures, which were diverse from what we presented earlier, then the minister thought this meeting cannot proceed.
Okay, I understand. So General Kumalo was still doing the presentation, and then when he started speaking about specifics, the minister ended it. You spoke also earlier on about other matters requiring your time as well as that of General Kumalo, and it's completely understandable. And if I listen to you, you spoke about earlier, General Sibia is not the person that you could question. Were you able to ventilate and find solutions around your time constraints? Or were you pushed into a corner and you were told, just do this? Or, you know, you're just as bad as Kumalo, you're dragging your feet. Is that that's the impression I'm getting? If you could just clarify.
General Sibia does not hide the fact that he wanted those dockets out of the PKTT. I think he did ventilate on this matter here and at the Madlanga Commission. So me not moving, actually, I think probably got to him and he tried to push me in whatever way, even if it was to a point of maybe saying that now I'm like, Kumalo, I'm not listening, you know. So he was adamant that actually those dockets must be out of the PKTT.
I just want to move because I'm just worried about my time. I think it was in paragraph 92. You spoke about the first time you saw and the only time you spoke to or met Kat and Klala was at your General Sabia's private party in September. And I just want to make sure that was Matlala invited by General Sabia?
I was invited by General CB. I don't know. Remember, I didn't know them at the time.
You don't know who invited him?
No, I didn't invite him.
Okay.
And maybe can I, Honorable, say this again? People have sat in this chair, and those who know Matlala, they've agreed. I don't have a reason to say I don't know a person that I know.
No, no problem.
Thank you.
If Kat Matlala was present, did you understand him to be known to General Sabia? Was there anything at that party that made you feel that they had a relationship? Just from observation?
Yeah, from observation, I never saw anyone get close to him or talk to him. He was just standing there. And for that matter, I don't know for how long, how disappeared. I know we stayed there only for an hour with General Tema and we left.
And then General Sabia ever question you about your connections with Kat Matlala before making, I wouldn't say allegations in the testimony that you kind of knew him? He made that reference. I think it was in your paragraph 92 of yours.
Yeah. General Sibia and I never discussed Kat Matlala before, I think his arrest. And I did write it here on my statement that the only time General Sibia called me, and it was at night, when Kat Matlala was arrested. And he said to me, ba tshwere tšhomi ya Senra, in Sotho, meaning that the PKTT have arrested Senra's friend. So Senra is my friend, General Tema. So I asked him, which friend of Senra? The only friend I know of Senra that I was with that weekend, it was Kimora. So I asked, is it Kimora? He says to me, no, Kat. So I asked him, who is Kat? And when I put the phone down, General Sibia, I called Senra. I asked Senra, who is Kat? Then Senra says to me, that's Mr. Matlala. Or the one who gave us the sponsor. He says, yes, but why is Sibia telling me that he was arrested? And he never phoned me after that. So we've never discussed Matlala. We've never sat together with Matlala,
No problem.
with Sibia. Thank you.
General, while I really do not want to know about your personal medical procedures, I just want to speak to the allegation that it was funded.
Yes.
And you have categorically denied it. You've explained the funds in your account. However, I would just want to find out, is there any truth that you were at the facility of a Medicare 24? And secondly, I would just then ask, did you get any special treatment? Did you get any discounts? Did you get anything of that nature, not direct payment or someone paid for you? Was there any incentives given to you for any procedure? And I don't want to know about the procedure itself.
As we sit here, I don't even know where the facility of Medicare 24 is. In my line of work, I never had to deal, not only Medicare 24, I don't deal with contractors or service providers, save to ask them for sponsorship. And thirdly, I have never benefited from any of, I don't know what they do outside what they did for subs. So I've never benefited.
Chair, I don't know how much time I have left.
Do you want to ask a question?
No, I've got a few questions, but if my time is finished, then I will rest.
You ask a question and then you look at me.
General, maybe you can just answer it in one go for me, so I hope it's not overwhelming. But if the dockets were removed from the investigators that were handling them, who would have effectively gained operational control of the investigation? And in your professional experience, is the movements of these sensitive dockets sometimes capable of disrupting the investigations? And would that have then been an advantage to any individual to have them actually, I want to call it an orchestrated disruption? I think that's the easiest way I can ask that in one question. Thank you, Chair.
In the value chain of security, the human factor is always the weakest. where you've got human beings and hands, I think things are likely to be manipulated. Where I sit, we facilitate the movement of dockets. We make sure that the investigator who's receiving sits with the other investigator, there's a briefing, then the diary is updated so that you don't actually interfere with the chain of custody and they keep in touch should there be any further interaction. However, as I say, this is not a perfect process. Where there's a human element, people can deliberately then interfere with the process. But again, as I said earlier, I wouldn't have examples where I have dealt with such. Thank you very much, Honorable.
You still have 2 minutes.
No, as Honorable Breitenbach West tells me, it's a limit, not a target. Thank you, Chair.
Or she says you must stop. The EFF, who is starting?
I am starting with just one question, then she will take the rest of my time.
Okay.
Lieutenant General, yourself and General Tema, both of your medical procedures were done by Dr. Pett.
Yes.
Do you know, may her soul rest in peace, do you know Dr. Pett's husband?
Unfortunately, I don't. I didn't have a personal relationship with her to that far.
Dr. Pett's husband is an ANC regional secretary in Tshwane called George Machile. So now it's important that people at your level, especially with your training, appreciate the company they keep because it comes back to bite you.
True.
And especially a female lieutenant general who has worked so hard to be where you are gets to be destroyed by association with lunatics. Because if we're to look for a female general of the police, commissioner of the police, I think you stand a very good chance. But it is these nuances that are going to cause a serious problem. And people who know how you guys get trained, especially on intelligence and counterintelligence, there is no way. Because when I met Matlala for the first time, I couldn't miss him. I didn't know him. And I asked someone, who's this guy? And they explained to me, this is so and so. Later they said he wants to greet me. I said, no, I don't want. And that has been my stance throughout. You are a human being, you go around, you go to parties, go to funerals, and you're going to meet all kinds of characters. But a person in your position must have the capacity to detect that there is something wrong with what is happening here and be able to immediately withdraw. That's why most credible judges, it doesn't matter how painful it becomes for them. They're not part of a lot of social gatherings because they avoid coming into contact with wrong people. And those people are going to end up appearing before them. So I thought, because I'm not asking questions, I must say those few remarks to you as a black sister. Please, you can't work so hard and have a moment that destroys everything that you have built for yourself. And that's why even children will make an attempt to do suicide because they don't know their mother to be a criminal. And now when she gets to be projected as a criminal, it frustrates all of them. Like my mother has been this honorable person, a woman of integrity, who enforces the law without fear or favor. The next thing stories are told about your mother, it's bound to affect them. So I'm just saying, this is not the end of the road. I think this is just the beginning of life. I mean, everything is a lesson. Going forward, you should be aware, especially as an intelligence-trained person, you should be aware always about your surrounding. Thank you very much, Chair. Over to you, Honorable Matis. I'm in charge now, whether Kusala likes it or not.
Let there be love. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, President.
Honorable Mathis, wait. because I'm the one who presides over. Honorable Malema.
We do have a habit of expropriating
wait,
without
wait.
compensation. Sorry, Chair.
Honorable Malema presides over the EFF meeting. So now let me tell you what time is it and recognize you to speak. It's now 28 minutes to 5. Your time starts now.
Thank you, Chair. Well, my president pretty much covered me, but I just wanted Lieutenant General, just as another woman, to say when I read through your CV, okay, I'm getting teary now. I must not pull a Sarah Jane trend. When I read through your CV, I was like, wow, we actually have women of this level in our country, and we always told that there are not enough African women like that. There are also not enough of our young girls that know the spaces that they can be in. So I also just want to give you an opportunity to tell her, you're also getting teary, or we're going to have a moment.
But I won't pull a.
There's nothing, tears is not a bad thing, you don't worry. I say that in EFF all the time. I'm a crybaby in EFF, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. What made you get into this space? Because you started off and you served a good 10 years at what was then
State
called
security,
the
yeah.
state NIA, and now it's the SSA. So what led you there? Was it accidental or it was deliberate?
State security was deliberate.
Mhm.
I think it's based on my history, I think, at the university, and I think most of my colleagues who were together there were already there. So it was a conscious decision that this is where I want to join.
And then why did you move to SAPS?
Growing through the ranks, I remember in 2008 when I actually came back from, no, 7, when I came back from Northern Cape, I started working internally within counterintelligence, and I went to NICOC. Then there was a request that actually there is an opening in SAPS for a director for counterterrorism. And I want to declare here that Honorable Malema, whatever I do in my life, regardless of what is being said, money has never been a motivator. I think I fought hard to work as a woman. By the way, if I can say on national TV, I'm divorced twice, so I'm not a person who craves attention. I think I can hold it, can hold the knife,
Amen.
you know. Yeah, I'm not available though, but I'm just saying that I'm divorced twice. So meaning that money for me was never a motivator, because when I moved from state security to SAPS, I was already very senior,
Oh.
and I took a salary cut to join the police.
Oh.
And for a reason that most of the guys who were sitting in my interview thought that I was way too experienced, and also they wouldn't be able to match my salary. So when they gave me an offer, I think as a way to show that, you know what, I'll prove that I'm not here for money, I then took the offer.
So what did you think that you were going to achieve more at SAPS than you would at State Security Agency? I would think the State Security Agency is a little bit more elite.
And I think otherwise,
Oh, okay.
because I've been there.
Yeah, you would know better.
Yes, in state security, we're talking assessments, we're talking probably estimates. I've seen in the Northern Cape our products contributing to crime fighting, like for example, on organized crime. I think at some time we had an issue of right-wing extremism in the Calvinia, Postman area, where you definitely saw your efforts. But at national, because you are overarching, you don't see where those products are leading, particularly in tackling organized crime. So me moving to SAPS was about expanding what I've learned and to be able to use it to guide investigators to be able to catch those that we have identified as our targets.
Okay, this is just quickly.
And maybe
Oh.
to add, I feel as if for SAPS, your currency is based on arrests. So you can see what you're doing. And that
Oh,
excited
okay.
me. Yeah.
Just quickly, we had a character, which I'm sure you know, was Brown Mokotsi, that was here. And he said he was an agent. Is that how you trained agents?
First off,
Just give us a little
Yeah.
bit, now that we actually have a professional.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like how
yeah.
would someone that was not an agent, what are they called? Operative, no.
no,
Well,
he
he
called
said he
himself
was-
an agent.
Yes, he did,
yes.
okay.
First off, just to clarify, within state security,
Mm.
because we are civilian,
Mm.
we don't call our informers informants. We
Okay.
call them agents.
Oh, okay.
That's why you would hear the concept, your principal agent network.
Oh, okay.
That person who handles other people
Mm.
to be able to get information. But in intelligence, you
Just that's-
actually have informants. So the
Okay.
agents are actually our own members who then go undercover.
No, explain that again. So in SAPS, under the crime intelligence.
Yes, an agent
Mm.
is a SAPS member
Okay.
who is exfiltrated out of the system, erased from the system, and actually we could call him either
Oh,
as
okay.
your infiltration agent,
Okay.
or maybe penetration would have been from inside. But he will work with the syndicate, you know. But there's legislation around it, and please don't make me go further.
No, we do want to know
Because
because
for
we
these
also have to make a
traps,
decision
yes.
about this at some point. So you were here. So I'm sure you heard some of his testimony both in the commission and here. So we tell us if that would be some sort of training or what you would
If, for
have. in
example,
SAP.
he is from outside the organization,
Mm.
then he would become an informer.
Okay.
So we have got an informer network. As I said, a former member who is exfiltrated then becomes an agent.
Okay.
And you never get to know them. They're not on our systems. We don't even see them or know them,
And would they go around saying they are an informer?
because that actually would be blowing their cover and compromising their operation.
Clarity, thank you. We just want to go quickly. Let's start off with the disbandment of PKTT. So Lieutenant General Kunazi said that that was actually a mistake in identity because there were PKTT members that moved to Gauteng to assist. What's your take? Was it PKTT, members of the PKTT that arrested Makala?
The advantage I have in responding to your question is that I didn't have the information they had. I only had an instruction and a plan, you know. So I had, when he said that, so probably, I'm sure he wouldn't just say it was based on knowledge that they had as to why there was that mistaken identity.
But you were in charge that time of these dockets and the arrests and overseeing Gauteng, and it happened in Gauteng. So when that whole arrest happened, you didn't know absolutely anything about it.
I thought you were asking me about the dockets and the fact that maybe in following the dockets, it was a matter of thinking that the PKTT was the team that made the arrests in Gauteng.
Okay, no.
Yeah.
No, the question here is that he's characterized that whole, has characterized this disbandment of PKTT, right? As it was a mistake in identity, and then this is
Okay.
how this whole thing has
Now-
just
now
been
I
blown
get
out
your
of
question.
proportion, yeah.
So these sergeants who were working on the Aman Swart matter,
Mm.
when the issue of compromise or security breach came, they approached General Mboso Khumalo, who approached me. I approached General Khumalo to say, take over this team. So maybe the people then thought it came from KwaZulu-Natal, actually started here in Gauteng. Yes.
Are there cartels in South Africa?
Cartel, I think, is a big word, you know.
What word would you use?
See, if you look at the history of your organized crime, so your mafia would be linked to families, ne? And your cartels, it's now when all the big bosses of the families of the mafia come together for a purpose, then it's called a cartel. I have not evidenced that in the investigation. Maybe there is, maybe we are missing it. But in your typical organized crime countries like your Mexico, your Colombia, your Brazil, those exist.
Are we getting there? Are we heading in that direction?
If we let things spiral out of control by not addressing organized crime, I think we can easily spiral into that direction.
And then the big five, what do you know about it? I mean, I'm sure
Yeah.
it's either under investigation, but is there some sort of reality and is there some prima facie evidence to?
When you conduct your organized crime investigation, you are bound by the trade to do your link analysis. And I think when the team did their link analysis and identified people who actually are part of that particular syndicate, I would say that it was not done lightly. It was done based on either documentary evidence or evidence from your digital space that actually links the individuals.
Were you part of that process?
I wasn't.
Well, you could be part of a process like that.
Yes.
Because you're pretty senior and
Yeah.
got organized car crime background. It's quite, yeah.
Respectfully to the committee members through you, Chair, we would not know anything and everything as generals in the police, and I'll tell you why. I gave an example where 2 weeks ago, we were sitting in a meeting and then there was a compromise of that particular meeting. And that's why you cannot know all the dockets because it could be a friend of mine. I mean, we are human beings, you know, not that actually we would give out the information. For that matter, I actually led my own nephew to the police station to get arrested when he attempted to rape my niece. You know, so law for me is law, and law doesn't look at families or who works for what. So what I'm saying is that you are not bound to know everything. Even the National Commissioner wouldn't know everything about the cartels, about the
But
individuals.
cartels, Lieutenant General, is a big thing in organized crime.
Yeah.
So we're not asking about one of so many cases
Yeah.
of rape. So a cartel or a mafia, so to speak.
An example I can give is with the gangs in the Western Cape. So we would know, for example, the type of gangs. I mean, in Westbury, for example, I mean, advocate is here. Sorry, Honorable James is here. Those, because they are within organized crime. But in probably, let's say, in our briefing with the members, if some would slip into our hands, it doesn't mean that we were ignorant. Probably it could have been that at that time we didn't know.
Okay, let's go to General Jacobs. Why did you call him and not send him a formal or whatever the formal process was for him to release the files?
And if maybe let's look at my responsibility and his responsibility as he would have been with ESCOM. If Advocate Johnson writes down and says, this is a docket for IDEC, and this docket is based on Section 28, and General Jacobs has those dockets. Understanding the system, I know that IDEC does not have a system where a docket is registered, is moved to IDEC. So they will have to ask the dockets from SAPS. So mine was to say, General Jacobs, she's to say that you keeping those dockets. I think one of the things she wrote was that the complainant was.
But initially, from what you said, and you'll clarify,
Yeah.
is that she called you and
Yes.
asked you for intervention.
Yes.
Then you called and then
Yes.
you asked her to send an email.
No, actually, I asked her to send an email first before I called.
You called Jacobs.
That's
Did you send him or even forward him the email?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when you spoke to Jacobs, Lieutenant General, it's a Lieutenant General
Jacobs,
yeah.
yes.
Did he not even tell you, or there was no even discussion on why he didn't want to send these files? Because you should have been irritated that you even have to intervene when these files should go.
I think that's the unfortunate part because neither he or Advocate Johnson specified, but understanding the
No,
nature
you
of.
keep saying that,
Yes.
Lieutenant General. What I'm
Yes.
getting to, it's that it's a bit bizarre that you are called to intervene to get these files, right? And then no one even randomly mentions what these files about. So you even have to call Jacobs, who's actually hiding these files. And then he doesn't even mention, or you don't even ask, but why are you not giving the files to Advocate Johnson?
Maybe let me start by explaining the process where a high profile case is registered. And I think I'll start with the one of General Sibi and Minister Mkhum. The DPC has an obligation to call and inform me, and I inform the National Commissioner. And I think the same happened in the Western Cape when National Commissioner's case was open. So in that case, I would have known, ne? Just probably I would have known, okay, now there's a docket against General Kumalo. At that time, there was no report either to me or to.
But you're not
Mr.
answering. I'm saying, you
Oh,
say
sorry.
to me that Jacobs did not even tell you
No, he
these
didn't.
files are in relation to, and you
No, he
weren't
didn't.
curious on why he did not
Yes.
want to even send these files to Advocate Johnson.
Yeah.
Because it's very like,
For me, maybe now on hindsight, and in vendor, we say, "Madi otebo," it means the water has already spilled, but I can talk to it, you know? He could have said, General, can we discuss the matter? I think that would have made a huge difference for me, because him and I work, I mean, even today we are very close. So he could have done that, but I suppose maybe at that time, either there was discomfort or maybe, I don't know.
why haven't you acted on him though for keeping those files in his safe or wherever he kept them?
I posted here on the statement, ne, that there's a letter from General Hanker that there is no policy regulating their taking the documents. And for that reason, even if you actually want to act on a person based on what. However, the practice is that we don't take the dockets away from the station. So it's what we always preach. Rather, we make copies of it.
No, but Lieutenant General, this is a bit layered, right? So outside, let's even park that he didn't, the statement's been taken from the station, right? It was in his safe. You had to even get a call and an email from Advocate Johnson to get it, and you still call him. It can't just be that can just be parked. It was a deliberate, and it's not one file. It's a set of files on a particular matter, and in retrospect, you can see what the issue was, and you still haven't acted on it.
Can I request that maybe General Jacobs be given an opportunity to clarify why he had those dockets actually in
But
the safe?
that was your job to find out, not ours. You
No,
should
no,
be coming
I'm not
I
saying
did
you.
X, Y, and
I am
Z,
not saying you.
and
Yeah.
etc. Okay, so let's move on from there. I think you've answered that. Were you surprised? Oh, when Lieutenant General Kamala was arrested, what was your personal response to it?
I sent him a WhatsApp message, not only him. I sent Zippo, I called General Kabela, I sent Likalakala. I work with all of them. Like I said, I was really, and I can give you my phone. You can just see Kumalo and I, and because my father is a Kumalo, we call each other Puti, you know, since even now when he calls me, he says, sis, I say Puti, you know. So I really was one of those who were just shocked and hurt. But I can show you my phone. I did text him to say, Mbulazi, I am really hurt and I hope it's going to come to pass.
Were you surprised that something like this could have happened? Not you guys on the top, Lieutenant General, should be above the law, but the way it happened and how it happened.
Maybe knowing Kumalo and having worked with him, he's never struck me as a person who can actually walk the other path, you know. And I think at the time when I saw the arrest, I was not aware of the issues that led to the arrest. I had to read later. But I must say that I was surprised.
There was a meeting in February 2022, where the IMC agreed that the PKTT should be enhanced and continue its operations. And that was the last meeting that you remember.
I think there was another meeting in 2023. We will have to check the minutes, but that meeting, I know I didn't attend, the last meeting that was there.
Then that meeting on the 6th of March 2025, it was the National Commissioner, Lieutenant General Mosikele, Kamalo, and they took a position. Do you think the position was taken against the minister? Clearly.
For me,
as the Deputy National Commissioner and the Chief of Staff, like, because we were made to understand that this was the position that was expressed in the meeting. So you were there. Did you express an opinion in the meeting?
General Kumalo and I remember we were presenting, so we were not necessarily participating. So the principals, which would be the DNC, the NATCOM, were the ones who were actually discussing. But also because we are the ones who came with the proposal, that on its own says that we were actually for the winding down approach.
Okay, we're gonna wrap up right about now. So you spoke earlier that SAPS members are, because of these proceedings, I guess both the ad hoc and the commission that's going on, they are kind of being forced to pick a side or pick sides.
And I didn't say that we are forced to pick sides. I say by virtue of your testimony, then you are attached to a faction. Or you're attached.
So they are
to-
factions.
Yeah, people would say, no, this one is from Kwanazi, this one is for the Kunu team, you know. But I think for me, it shouldn't be, and I'm talking about generals that I know, that I've worked with, who actually are not even part of this whole thing. They are observing it from a distance. I mean, we are in it. And I've never experienced them choosing a side.
So what are we going to do as South Africans? Because if lieutenant generals and the rest of you on that highest level there is cannot find each other because you'll spend more time opening cases against each other, getting people to go and do you know how many sworn statements we have here, Lieutenant General? I don't even know what we're going to do during deliberations because we don't even have an investigator. Maybe you can send us some. I was throwing shade at Honorable Sangoni, but she didn't get it. She didn't get it. But I'm saying, like, what is going to happen? Because if lieutenant generals on that level, if you all are not protecting us, and you all are spending so much time opening cases, I mean, this was also a question, Lieutenant General Paklani, was it procedural or was it out of character for the Northwest to conduct that whole investigation into O'Sullivan and Paula Jane Trent? Sarah Jane Trent.
I actually don't have details, I think, about that investigation.
But it was done in
Yes.
Northwest. So my question is not the details, but is it something that would normally be done? And what would what circumstances would they need to
The
be?
process is, if, for example, let's say we're dealing with the CITs and we require expert skills that will come from provinces. So we can convene a team. But for me, it is about fighting a crime sketch that has become unmanageable for the country. In relation to this one, honestly, I think I would rather reserve my view because I don't know what actually prompted the entire investigation.
It all went to, that's what his testimony, his sworn statement said. It was just, everything was just there in Northwest. So it wasn't a matter of what you were saying, bringing criminals in, but you don't want to talk to it.
I've never been involved in such a practice. So if I give an
So it
opinion,
was a very bizarre and unfounded thing. Okay, I want to talk about this, and Honorable Malema touched on it. The thing about being at that party. I'm not even a trained intelligence agents or whatever, but that whole setup, as you described it, you have the wife of someone come and sit next to you there with your friend. You don't think that your friend, who is it? Tem, was actually trying to introduce you. I mean, it actually looks like Lieutenant General Sabia, he had these parties to link up members of SAPS with criminals. Or maybe they weren't all criminals, but with business people or people that need favors from SAPS. And that is what those parties were all about. Because it was not about, from what I understand, networking and, SAPS members finding each other and building teamwork. So when did Lieutenant General Kamalo stop attending the parties, or was he stopped being invited to the parties?
As I said, General Sibia would change. At like initial, General Kumalo was the one invited, né? And then later it was myself and others who were being invited. But I want to clarify.
No, but what I'm asking is that
Yeah.
you sure it was an invite related, or it wasn't that Lieutenant General Kamalo just stopped coming and was still
Actually,
invited?
They were not talking. on
Okay, and
talking
when
terms.
did this happen?
I'm not certain.
More or less.
I would say around last year.
Okay.
Yeah, last year, because then I would. be
Okay,
above.
before the press conference of.
No,
that's
no,
brought us
actually,
here?
no, year before last,
Okay.
2024, not
Okay.
2025, yes.
Mm.
Yes.
So yeah, I want to, so these parties, and then have you engaged Major General Temba about the role? Because perhaps she's also involved in this whole thing of networking and setting up. It makes no sense. And I am not even on your level, and I would have known
Yeah.
straight away that this is very dodgy. And then the next minute she's saying, oh yeah, his number, call him, ask him for fridges. And then how, okay, respond to that. And then the next question, if you can also respond to, yeah. Well, how much was those fridges that were donated that
The bar fridges.
Lieutenant General
Yeah.
Sabia even got?
I think it was 3,999, I think. But
4,000 rand?
yeah, it was small bar fridges, I think.
But-
I didn't even see any of them, you know. But also, if I may proceed, you know, and I know how it's projected. For me, this becomes one of the saddest moments, because when we went there was no preoccupation about who's going to be there. We didn't know. And as I said that, you know, there were times where actually I wouldn't go to these parties, you know. There were times where, for example, I would say, no, man, you know. But then I think on that day, because he's like, you know, General, come, we're having something in the house, and we go. And I said to General Tema, there was no discussion. General Sibia himself said at some point to me that actually you are a very good woman. You know, I don't project two faces. Yes, I'm an operative, Honorable Malema,
You are.
but what you see, ne, is what you get. When I'm angry, you see it, and when I don't want something, I then say it. But then there are times where I feel I can't go on. You know what? Let's just go with the flow. And I think probably for me, that was the mistake of that day. Because when something says to you, don't go to a place, and you go, this would not have happened. However, those were not hookup parties. We go to General Sibia's.
Cannot hookups as in sex hookups.
No.
I'm saying as in.
I am not even.
No, not those.
Yeah.
Not those ones.
I think
Just like
your thoughts
business
took you too
people
far.
to do favors.
Yes.
Yeah.
I must say your thoughts took you too far. When I was saying, I was
No,
thinking
it's
about.
Honorable Sangoni that was looking at me in
Yeah.
her mind somewhere.
But actually, there's nothing more I can say to convince anybody otherwise that this was just an innocent going to a party. And again, there was no intent in terms of asking for that sponsorship. For that reason, I didn't even see one of the activities. I didn't get any one of them.
Imagine here on the thing for
Thank you.
bridges.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I understand. I understand your concern.
Honorable
Thank you so
Member,
much,
we
Honorable
shall take a
Matei.
20 minutes break. Then come back at 17:20. Don't say anything, look at me. I want to say to you that we have come back from the comfort break. And I now want to allocate you your 20 minutes. Your 20 minutes will start at 25 minutes past 5 and will end at 5:45. You have some few seconds before 25 minutes past 5. You decide if you want to start now.
Should I wait until 25?
You decide if you want to start now.
Or utilize the 2 minutes that.
I'm
Thank you, Honorable
I'm sharing my
Chairperson.
benevolence with you.
Thank you. You are a very kind chairperson. Thank you. Good afternoon, General.
Good afternoon, Honorable.
You actually mentioned here in your testimony that your offices were actually raided by IPID somewhere in 2023. What were the issues there?
Thank you, Honorable Mwango. It was in relation to that allegation of General Sibia saying that I employed ghost workers or the people that actually were providing security for Captain M. Were actually not providing security for Captain M, but they were under the guise of protecting him.
Is that investigation still going on?
In 2024, I think March, the gadgets which were taken for investigation were taken, so they were returned with no report. And up until today, nothing happened.
In paragraph 25 of your testimony, Minister Mkhunu actually testified before this committee that the continued activity or operation of the PKTT beyond 2022 was actually illegal. You are saying that you attended a meeting of the IMC in February 2022, where the IMC actually took a resolution to enhance and also extend the term of operations of the task team. Was the minister not aware of this extension?
Thank you,
If
Honorable.
not, why would he choose to deliberately mislead the committee?
I don't think it was even an extension. The IMC's meeting were continuing, and I think in those meetings, then decisions would be taken to say the team needs to continue and it needs to be strengthened. So there was never a point of an intention to actually curtail the functioning of the team. For Minister Mkhunu to say that its existence beyond 2022 was illegal, I wouldn't be able to answer as to what informed that. But in the environment that we operate in operationally, we do not term any end of any intervention as illegal. For example, you would have authority for the team to be deployed. So as long as that is still in force, if it's an information not approved for the deployment, that particular operation has to proceed. So the illegality for me, it's not even supposed to be in this discussion. Thank you, Honorable.
What would be the standard measure of the effectiveness of any task team, which would actually, inform the decision whether to extend its life or to terminate its life? What would be the standard yardstick that you would use to actually determine whether indeed a task team actually is effective?
If I may maybe use the Mangozi team as an example. I think we had problems in Mangus, particularly in relation to, I think there was an issue of stock theft, there was an issue of escape at the time, and I think the issue of the Mozambican cross-border issues. And a team, full team was deployed there to sit. But as time progressed, the problems and the challenges were probably, let me say, stabilized, and we had to decommission. So after an assessment in terms of looking at the crime picture, pre the intervention and post the intervention, and we look probably at the addressing of the people that we would have deemed our either person of interest or suspects or targets. And once the environment gets into what we could term a stable environment, then you begin to decommission. And decommissioning, you also inform. For example, I was informed as the head of detectives to say, this is the instruction based on the assessment, then we are decommissioning. And we as the detectives, because we still had dockets, we then had to ask for an extension, particularly for investigators. So that's basically the standard that we use. In the Western Cape, we've had lockdown, now we're on lockdown 3, because the problem persists. So you strengthen the team based on the assessment that actually we are generating more crime in the environments of the gangs than actually neutralizing. So what do? You then force multiply and bring in more capacity to stabilize. Thank you.
Now, who generates that kind of a report?
It would be.
How does it actually land on the desk of the minister?
Within the police, we have got what we call the National Operational Coordination Center, and that is the central hub or the fusion center for all our operations. There are people who are receiving reports from all the ends, particularly on these projects, and as they receive, and then an assessment is compiled that shows the picture of what we are dealing with, and based on that, and then a determination is made to either decommission or strengthen the teams.
Would that process have been followed in relation to the PKTT report upon which the minister actually based his decision to disband the PKTT?
The NOCC, General Kumalo, before he became the project manager for the PKTT, he was actually the national head of operations, intervention operations at the NOCC. That's why he then got involved with the project. And that structure then appoints a project leader. It is driven from there. The PKTT was no different. That's why even the budget had to go through the NOCC for approval.
At the meeting of the 6th of March, which you attended with the minister, General Spear was actually very unhappy with the presentation that was made there. And his sentiments were actually shared by the minister and the chief of staff. Is it normal operations procedure in the SEPs, given the fact that you actually have been there, even before the tenure of Minister Mkhun, to have a chief of staff actively participating, in operational matters of the South African Police Service? Point of actually expressing his position on matters that are being discussed.
If the committee can permit me to use the military terms of the chief of staff, and that would be your staff officer. Normally, your staff officer, like I have behind me, wouldn't participate in management meetings unless maybe for a point of clarity for record keeping. So I'm not sure, maybe this was something that was agreed upon to say that he can participate, but I'm really not aware of any situation where we would have the chief of staff or the staff officer participating in executive management meeting.
Thank you. In paragraph, well, my colleagues have actually asked the question about the exclusion of Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. in the whole process. And I'm concerned that perhaps by omission, you also may be actually also lump up with the group that actually deliberately, excluded Mr. Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, because when you were actually approached to actually receive the files and start, the process of, winding up the operations of all those dockets, I don't hear you saying that you actually picked up the phone and contacted Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. Why was that?
During the process, I think I explained that from the parliamentary meeting, General Mkhwanazi was there. So in my view, he was in the know in terms of the project. And if anybody were to call General Mkhwanazi, it would not have been myself and General Mkhwanazi because we were implementing. It would have been either the DNC or the National Commission. And I think upon realizing that he is not part of, and then I began to express my reservation. In essence, I was not part of those who actually would be tempted to have deliberately excluded him. On the contrary, I understood the process because I deal with the PCs on a daily basis. Thank you, Honorable.
Where were the dockets kept from the day when they were actually collected from KZN to head office? From head office, an attempt was made to return them back to KZN. But where were they kept? Who was actually having authority over those documents at the time?
It was the Office of Serious and Violent Crimes, General Motsipe and Brigadier Tata. So they were kept within the SVC environment at National, General Motsipe and Brigadier Tata.
Not in your office?
Not in my office. Maybe let me say, Honorable Mwango, never in my office.
Do you still stand by your view in relation to the disbandment of PKTT as expressed in paragraph 73, if I'm not mistaken?
I still stand by the view, Honorable.
The view which actually says that you, and I'm going to quote you, in relation to the disbandment of the PKTT, it is my view that the minister should not have unilaterally decided on the disbandment of the PKTT or any operational team for that matter, as these fall within the mandate of the National Commission. You still stand by that?
I still stand by that, Honorable. Thank you.
Paragraph 101. You attended this function where Mr. Matlala was there, whatever happened there, but you actually got a sponsorship from Medicare 24, and this was in around October, November. And I want to believe that by that time already, Matlala must have been already on the radar of the South African police investigation mechanism. Why did it elude you that this man is actually already on our radar because of some alleged criminal activities, to a point where you would still be to go to him and actually ask for sponsorship?
Before even engaging on this particular request for sponsorship, there was no profiling done from my office. And I think I relied more on supply chain when they were doing their vetting of the sponsor. But I must say that post the events, with Gauteng General Mbuso Khumalo, DPC, we then drew that profile. I think I did say to Honorable Malema that at the time when you are doing these things, and Honorable Malema is that we should think better. That was not something that crossed my mind at that time.
Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you, General.
So much, Honorable Ngango, Honorable Sols. 20 minutes to 6. Then at 18 hours, your time ends.
Good evening, General.
Good evening, Honorable Stoll.
You know, I must join properly with Honorable Skosana that we trust God for the complete healing of your son. We plead the blood of Jesus over him. No weapon formed against him shall prosper. We believe.
Amen.
Amen. General, I'm also sorry, man. Unfortunately, when you stood up and you showed your beautiful body, I chose not to look because I'm a man with many holes and I'm prone to temptation. And what makes it worse is I changed bags. So I left my Bible in the other bag. So I feel spiritually vulnerable. So to protect myself, I looked away. I'm a man with many holes. General, so I love the fact that when you testify, you emphasize that you are about process and not personalities. I love that about you. So based on your testimony, did you follow process consistently?
In my knowledge, I followed process.
I accept your testimony that the minister did not follow process about how he went about the disbandment of the PKTT. Now you state in paragraph 73 that the minister should not have unilaterally decided to disband the PKTT. And by your own account, you had one of the best working relationships with Minister Mtono. Better than any other political principal, you say. Throughout your 27-year career, did you use this relationship to advise the minister that this process was wrong?
In response, Honorable Souls, I want to say that in my clarification, that at the beginning of the process, I was not involved. And I think when I got involved, then there was those two briefings, the 5th and the 6th of March, 2027. 2025. Yeah, 2025. Sorry, I'm getting the dates wrong now. And General Mkhwanazi was in one of those meetings. So in my understanding, process is followed because General Mkhwanazi is in the know, until I realized later that actually he wasn't. But I think at that time, it was too far in the process to even engage. Minister Mkhunu never engaged with me on the PKTT matters except for the other projects. So in that regard as well, I don't think we ever discussed it. Even if post General Mkwanazi's discussion with me, I were to advise him to say, but the manner in which it happened actually has caused the organization problems. It would have been after the fact.
Okay. Tell me, how do you feel about the fact that you, such an high-ranking officer with so much skill, and how do you feel about the fact that a person with the most training he got in intelligence was an after-school youth empowerment program? Biggest experience he has is as a tavern owner, Mr. Brown Mokhotsi. How do you feel about the fact that he knew before you?
Sitting in this chair, I think I'll be lying to say any other than it was surprising, any answer than that it was surprising. But also, if what he says is true, then definitely we have a big problem within the organization. I spoke about compartmentalization. I spoke about what regulates even us internally discussing cases. In some of the cases that I would deal with, you'll find that one of the generals probably is a suspect. That's why we then don't discuss those things. But if these things are actually available to the outsiders, it is a cause for concern.
Although the minister in his directive said immediately, we then see later on that there was general consensus and everyone opted for winding down. So would you agree that it was now no longer immediate? There was now a new process of winding down.
The meeting of the 6th and that decision basically dealt away with the immediate. And I think the posture towards the disbandment was now on winding down or a process driven.
So after consultation,
Disbandment, yes.
so after consultation, the minister settled with the proposal of the national commissioner not to do immediate, but to go winding down. Is that a yes? Or?
Maybe before I respond, may I ask you to please repeat so that I get the gist before I make a wrong
The minister on 31st,
inference?
when you are not around,
Yes.
says immediate disband. Later on, there's discussions going on, and the national commissioner advises that the immediate disbandment is not going to work. You must do winding down. The minister then agrees with this, and the immediate approach is done away with, and now a winding down approach is taken formally. Do you agree that the minister, after consultation, agreed and subjected himself to the winding down process?
The minister agreed, and maybe why do I say so? In that meeting, the minister would have been the ultimate decider because he's the chairperson. So when I say the plan was tentatively approved, it means the minister agreed.
All right.
Thank you, Honorable Salts.
You say that the mission, the vision of the minister that you celebrate him for was to capacitate detectives. Just take us through paragraph 71. You just briefly let us know why are you saying you celebrate him for his vision? Why?
When the minister came into the police, I think the first thing he asked was for us to come up with a plan on, actually the issue was more on the docket load on the system, but also cases which were older, which would deem backlog. And I think his request was, what can we do to deal with the backlog? And we had to define the old cases, as we would call them, in terms of what we would need to do to reduce the workload. And we came to the conclusion that these would be cases that are older than 2 years, but I think we are focusing more on contact crimes like murder and rape. And we then had a plan that we would then, I think we then did a scientific study where those dockets were counted to say, this is the number of dockets, how many people would we then need? And we costed that. And the minister said he will even approach Treasury if there's no funding. Lo and behold, General Dimpane did provide funding. That's why then we were able to recruit those detectives. But also further, in adding to the minister's initiative, the National Commissioner also added in terms of the number of detectives. I think we were given 4,000 detectives from the colleges, and we were given 600 personnel for local criminal record center.
So you're celebrating for his vision to capacitate detectives, bring more detectives so that there is better service on local police station level. Is that my understanding? Is my understanding correct?
I am not sure if celebrate would be the right word. I think for me, it was to appreciate.
All right.
Yes.
But is that what you're appreciating for?
Not only that, like I said, there was another project of the Baxter subs, which he personally drove. And even now with Mr. Kachalia, he's also driving. We had a meeting recently with the CEOs of your telecoms as well as of the banks, and also the expansion of the forensic science laboratory.
Yeah.
Yes.
So based on that vision that you appreciate him for, and which he introduced, in line with this disbandment of the PKTT, to say that this expertise must not sit in one temporary task team. We must empower local stations. Do you think that that was his reasoning, to capacitate nationally rather than concentrate it in one place?
I don't agree.
Yeah, please. I mean, I'm trying to find out from you. I'm
Yeah.
putting it to you.
If my memory serves me correct, General Musikiri and I at some point came up with a concept called GIST. It's the Joint Investigation Support Team, which was something similar to PKTT, where we were saying, it is more effective to have a team of multidimensional competencies under one roof when you investigate a case. I want to use one case that we dealt with, I think in Gauteng South, where the child was found dead, and we had to use all under one roof to be able to then plot the suspect on the day. It's nothing unusual. It is to enhance your investigation. At the station level, you wouldn't have that. But at national, we can garner resources and support the investigation team. So I would say the idea was not to empower the stations, but maybe rather to just deal with the task team.
Okay. You would know better. So we know that the reality is that it wasn't disbanded immediately. You all then embarked together. Now it's operational. Now you get directors from the National Commissioner. And then you say you all developed a plan. You say we developed a plan. Who's we? For the implementation now of the
Yes.
disbandment over a processed time.
Just for correction, Honorable Source, the National Commissioner never gave a directive. I think the directive came from General Sibia. And based on that, then we in this context, it's myself and General Kumar.
When did General Sibia give the directive for it?
On
Are you
the-
saying he gave you a directive to develop a plan?
No, for the handing over. Nobody gave a
But the
directive.
handing over
Yes.
was part of the plan that you and General Kumalo developed.
There's an instruction to disband or disestablish or decommission.
Yes.
The next step is to talk about the how, the modality of how it can be done.
Yes.
That is now when the plan is developed.
Yeah. Who then gives the how? Because now the minister says immediate, there's consultation, they agree, winding down. Now, the winding down process is not the minister's process. It is the National Commissioner's process that the minister now agrees with. Minister steps back, National Commissioner comes forward, he says, here's the how of winding down, correct?
Yes.
So now he directs. And then he sends a report on the 22nd of January, as you state here, to General Kumalo, outlining. And then you now have to develop a plan on how this process, phase by phase, is going to play itself out, correct? That's what I'm talking about. You and General Kumalo then does this plan. What do you call the plan? What's the name of the plan?
The disbandment implementation plan.
You see, it's the how.
Yes.
And who named it that?
It was us who are the operative tasked with the process.
Why did you name it that? Because now you have the how written down, developed by yourselves. And that how written down included a phase, which is the handing over phase of dockets in a report and a plan that you drafted, correct?
You are correct.
You say, did you testify that General Mkhwanazi did not know about the disbandment at the time when you called him?
My call to him was in relation to the dockets, sorry. In relation to the dockets. And so he didn't know that the dockets were in Pretoria.
Oh, but he knew about the disbandment.
Post his July 6th press briefing and post his testimony, when he engaged with Chief of Staff, so he knew already of the disbandment. I'm basing my answer on his testimony.
At the time when you called him, did he know, according to you?
Of the disbandment, yes, but not of the dockets having been in Pretoria.
So he didn't know that the dockets, so what you mean in your affidavit is not that he didn't know about the disbandment, is that he didn't know that the docket left KZN for Pretoria.
Maybe let me rephrase.
Please.
According to his testimony, I think he knew of the intention, but I'll be lying to say he knew of the process that General Kumalo and I started based on his response.
I want to understand,
Yes.
are you saying that he didn't know that the dockets left KZN?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
All right.
Thank you, Honorable.
If you say so, in your affidavit, paragraph 59, you say Brigadier Kunene informed another brigadier that he will not be in a position to receive the dockets without a directive from the provincial commissioner. And when he said, I won't receive it because I need to hear from the provincial commissioner whether I can receive it back. That's how it came about that you had to call General Mkhwanazi, correct?
Yes.
Now, with such a man, with such clear military precise chain of command, not know that the dockets is gone, to receive the dockets, they say, we can't receive it if we don't hear from the provincial commissioner. To let go of the dockets, they say, let it go without him knowing. That's a big contradiction.
I would like to take you back to General Mkhwanazi's testimony in this particular committee, where he said when he learned that the dockets left the province, he was very angry with General Kumalo.
I understand that.
Yes.
But somebody at KZN gave it. Or did National just go in there and take it?
The dockets were with the team.
Which team?
So the PKTT,
In KZN?
yes,
So someone in the PKTT team gave the docket.
yes.
I'm asking, they were willing to give it without letting the provincial commissioner know. They were not willing to receive it without him knowing.
Brigadier Gunan is not part of the PKTT. So General Kumalo was the project manager. Now, this is the issue of,
Oh, I see what
yeah,
you're saying. So
yeah.
General.
so
Gen-
Brigadier Gunene indeed could not have known.
Yes.
Yes,
So General Kumalo went to take the docket.
yes.
And no one questioned because it was him that took it.
I suppose, yes.
So General Mkonazi was angry with General Kumalo.
Because he didn't know that the dockets were taken.
So General Kumalo doesn't tell the provincial commissioner he's taking the docket.
I'm trying to recap in terms of what I said earlier on this particular matter. And I said that General Kumalo and myself did not have the responsibility of General Mkhwanazi.
Sorry. Chair, are we not getting 30 minutes? What is the problem?
He is.
How do you agree without me on 20? No, Chair, I didn't agree on 20 now. You're gonna stop me at 20? Chair, I didn't agree on 20. I worked on 30 here. It's earlier when I was here, my understanding was it was 30. You said earlier we receiving 30. So I worked on 30. No, it's not unfortunate. I wasn't here. Chairperson?
Thank you so much, Honorable Sols, for that
No.
understanding
No,
that,
Chairperson. That's
yeah,
very unfair.
that your time has ended.
You didn't tell me I have 20 minutes.
Yeah. Let me remind you that
I thought I heard 18:15.
I told you that your time is ending at 18 hours.
I thought you said 18:15. There was definitely no way.
You can ask the honorable members
I wasn't here,
in your
Chairperson.
neighborhood, they will tell you the chair has announced
They threw me under the
that,
bus.
that your time is
May I have 5 minutes to conclude?
okay.
Thank you, Chairperson. You are bad colleagues. No one here told me. General, let me conclude very fast here because my fellow colleagues, who was present at the party that General Sibia gave?
General Tema and I arrived around 8 o'clock because we left, I think we were at her home. We then drove together. When we arrived, there was Brigadier Mtembu, there was General Shibiri, and I also saw Sergeant Ngosi, and there was also General Fani. Yes.
And this is not the National Commissioner,
No, he was not on this day. He was not there.
not that day.
Yes.
Okay, so you're speaking about a different Fani.
No.
Fani.
Fani is General Mulefe Fani, Dr.
Or
Fani,
the son
not
of
General.
Fani Massimo.
No, don't waste his time. He doesn't have time. General Fani appeared before us. He knows him very well.
Okay.
Just say the Fani who appeared before you.
Yes.
Because
So-
he doesn't have time. He is on the benevolence of the chair.
Yeah, so the other parties, all generals was present.
It would differ. Like I said, there would be those where I would not be invited, and I think they would be there. Then also they would be there when we are all there.
Okay.
Yeah. And I must
Let
say,
me rather, sorry, General, I
Okay.
literally have 2 minutes. You say you didn't trust the people at the party or the generals, and you usually take somebody with. These parties, you're 100% sure there's no baby oil there.
No, it was not the DD party, if you
Now-
want me to put it.
Now,
like
why
that.
do you say you don't trust the generals, and that because you are concerned about discomfort amongst generals? That's the first question. The second question is, if you don't trust generals, how must the South African population trust the generals? Those are my two questions, because by the time you finish, my time will be up. Two questions.
Okay. And I'll answer them very swiftly. Thank you very much, Honorable Source. I didn't say I don't trust the general. I just said I had discomfort going alone at these parties, which for me would make sense. I would go there and I wouldn't know anyone and I would be sitting alone. So better I go with my sister, but also it becomes an easy escape route to say, hey, the person I'm with wants to leave.
Okay.
So it was just about the
You are
general.
very good. I love what you just did. That
Yes.
gives me chance for the last one.
Okay.
Why didn't you give the fridge to a long-serving cleaner or someone working in maintenance? You give it to someone who can afford a fridge.
Like I said, I think I acted on the feet on that day and appreciating what General Sibia, he came in as the DNC and he did. If I were to redo that decision, actually, I would do it. Otherwise, unfortunately, it is what it is.
Keep
I
on,
thank you.
keep on loving yourself.
Thank you very much. Thank you,
And,
Honorable.
Top model out of here will clap for you. Thank you for your benevolence, Chair.
In the Lord we trust. The God that we pray never fails us. Honorable vessels.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and good evening. I think it's already evening, General.
Good evening, Honorable Vessel.
General, let's go back to the party. You spoke to it just now with regards to who the other generals were in attendance. But were there any other service providers or suppliers at that party other than Maklala?
Honorable Vessels, I don't know sub-service providers, and I think on that day, we were basically sitting on the side static. I know there were a lot of people, but on that day, the only person that I remember was introduced to me is Advocate Chauke, but I didn't see any other people.
Okay, so it's not normal practice. You attended a lot of these parties, you testified. So it's not normal practice that suppliers and service providers were invited to General Sibia's parties, or was it?
I really wouldn't know because I wouldn't know service providers.
At this party now, and you testified earlier that General Tema introduced you to, or pointed out who Kat Maklala was, and also introduced you to his wife. Am I correct?
Yes, you are correct.
Who suggested that you approach Kat Maklala for a sponsorship?
It was General Tema, and I must give context again, because she was the head of basic policing where trainees is, so she knew Mr. Matlala.
Okay. But she's quite a controversial figure, isn't she?
I wouldn't know that one, Honorable Vessels.
So you don't know that she left the force in 2013 due to misconduct claims?
As far as I know, I think there was a case that she had to attend in the Eastern Cape or Western Cape, where there were allegations against her in terms of how she was treating her members. But I think that case was resolved and she was cleared, and I think she resigned. She left, she resigned in the organization.
And then she's currently facing criminal injury charges as well.
That is the one that I know to have been concluded, but I'm not sure, maybe I might be wrong.
But don't you think it's quite strange that you said she knows him? Why would basic police training know Kat Maklala?
If we look at the history of events now that I know, when he got that contract, General Tema would have been at the college at the time, and I think she would have been the head of basic policing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, with that sponsorship, you said that supply chain management approved the
Yes.
sponsorship.
Yes.
And the question was put to you, but the police internally was already aware of certain irregularities or possible irregularities. What is strange, and don't you find it strange that the red flags internally were already raised in March 2024 with regards to the tender of Medicare? How would the head of procurement sign off on this sponsorship if there was already this noise internally, and I would assume within supply chain management in particular, on this tender?
Honorable Vessels, I think some of the things baffle me. You know, when you are in investigations, and I think you don't get involved in matters of procurement or support for that matter, I wouldn't know.
Have you taken it further? Because this exposed you, the sponsorship, obviously, and you got approval from supply chain. Supply chain, we know now, already knew at that stage that there was something wrong, possibly with the tender. They signed off. So internally, there must be some investigation. Wouldn't you agree?
I know that there is an investigation that is now with IDEC on this particular contract. So I think that there was action.
On the contract, yes, but on the approval of sponsorship, have you taken that further?
No, because you just told me that already in March there were red flags. I think I will follow it up because I was not aware.
So I think that's your duty, because
Yes.
it exposed you, as I said, and if there was then a mistake made, to avoid those type of mistakes with sponsorships and controversial tenders and entrepreneurs, there should be better safeguards. And
Yes.
obviously the safeguard was not in place yet.
I think even earlier in my testimony, I did say that this actually becomes a lesson in action for all of us. Thank you.
Then very quickly, General, just on the dockets, not the PKTT dockets, but the dockets that were requested by IDAC. You said, and the Honorable Matthys took you there, that you said that it's not strange, or that there's no that it's not prohibited that dockets are taken from a station to head office. But surely there must be a reason. Did General Jacobs give a reason?
I did earlier said that no reason was provided, but upon following up on the matter and together with legal services, there was a service complaint that was attached to the dockets. But keeping them in his office on the safe, that was actually, I think, the practice that we don't promote in the police.
But what steps have been taken?
General Jacobs, I think, did write an info note to National Commissioner where he clarified that there was no anomalous action with him taking the dockets, neither was the handing over. So if, for example, the National Commissioner felt that there had to be action, then it would have been taken. But I suppose that he took the report as a factual report and accepted it.
And at that stage, you were the Divisional Commissioner, Detective and Forensic Services, correct?
Yes, Honorable.
And he was Divisional Inspectorate.
Yes.
That reports to your position?
National Commissioner, no, not to me.
Directly to the National Commission?
Yes.
But you were the one that the dockets were requested from by IDAC?
Yes.
But he doesn't report to you at all. So if you found a problem here, you should have reported it to the National Commissioner, who you
I think, which is exactly what I did after picking it up. I then went to see, I think on the 28th of July, we had a discussion. This is where he then juxtaposed the time of the request together with the takedown of the PKTT.
Thank you very much, General. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Vessel.
Honorable James, your 20 minutes start now.
Thank you so much. You're such a good chairperson. General, do you agree that those PKT dockets should have never gone to head office?
I do agree, now understanding and knowing what I
It
know.
didn't really also go to head office. It went to General Sibia. Are we correct? Let's just be frank now. Those dockets didn't go because this way we say SAPS and we say head office and it went to Pretoria, we need to name a person. Those dockets left KZN and they went straight to General Sibia's office where they gathered dust. That's the truth. Am I correct?
I wouldn't necessarily agree because they were kept with SVC and that would have been in the same building that he sits as well.
Was that in General Sibia's office?
No, it was in Brigadier Hopultera's office.
General, I need you to answer a few of the following questions. Do you agree that the initial audit was skipped? The initial audit, when you collect dockets, because I've been working with SAPS for many years, and I know that when we ask for dockets to be removed or maybe prioritized, you have a notification. The first step is you have a notification sent to the local police station, the station commander, informing them. Then you have that detective coming, sitting in the boardroom, and there's an official handover, an audit of the dockets before they get taken. Was that skipped?
It wasn't skipped. If I may remind Honorable James respectfully that the dockets were not at the station, they were with the PKTT.
Yes, with the PKT.
And the commander of the unit, Colonel Kumalo, is the one who brought the dockets to head office. And I think when they were here, Colonel Mdluli, Brigadier Hopotata, and the team from the PKTT then did an audit of those dockets before they were handed over.
Do you agree with me that prior to this decision that the key role players were not engaged?
I do agree with
the
you.
actual team, that they were not engaged on the intention of the minister?
I don't think they were also listening to Colonel Kumalo's testimony. I don't think there was proper communication to them. I do agree with you.
And also the custodian wasn't informed.
Exactly.
Do you then agree that based on what you've just said, that General Kwanazi was well within his rights to refuse those dockets back?
And which is why I never questioned and which is why I never differed with him. I think I understood because.
So we'd like to put on record that you agree with General, if you were General Kwanazi, you also wouldn't take those dockets back.
Definitely, I would not have taken them.
Do you think that those dockets would have been exposed to tampering?
I think there was a report compiled where General Muzipe was highlighting challenges, so I wouldn't know.
But you agree that because of the manner in which this happened, someone could have tampered with those dockets?
There is a possibility that I can't rule out because I was not physically involved in that process.
So hence, it is okay for General Kwanazi to say, I don't want those dockets back.
As a commander of the province, I think he was well within his right.
Do you agree with me that the minister actually intended to disband crime counterintelligence, given that counterintelligence was investigating Kat Matlala? Because I believe that PKT was disbanded because the minister thought that it was PKTT that did the raid on Kat Matlala's house.
And in actual fact, it was not even counterintelligence. I think that was a misunderstanding or a
There was a task team that was established called Gauteng Counterintelligence.
Yes, actually, it was the detectives in Gauteng who were investigating the Aman Swart murder. But they, because of the security breach, I think that has been spoken about, including the issue of having been told about the envelopes, then crime intelligence had to be deployed as part of the security of those members and as well as the combat members. So people then thought it's the PKTT. It wasn't the PKTT, it was Gauteng detectives. Even I think as recently as now, again, when we were doing the awards, it was those 3 detectives actually who received an award.
So you agree with me that there's been a continuous assumption that it was PKTT
that was
after Kat Matlala?
Yes.
And not the detectives that you actually say.
Yes.
And this is why we basically saw the disbandment of PKTT and not this other task team.
I wouldn't take it there, but I think the misunderstanding, I would agree with you.
Because if you look at the occurrence of the events and if you look at the dates in terms of how things unfolded, there was the raid on the Matlala residence, and then there was this New Year's Eve decision, disband immediately. Then you have General Sibia saying to you, you are dragging your feet. When we heard testimony from General Konazi, he also said that when he spoke to the Chief of Staff in the Minister's office, the Chief of Staff, Mr. Kabinde, told him that there was pressure. Do you see the link?
If I were to take this information as we see it in the public space and based on what you say, and I were to plot it on the analyst notebook, definitely the links would be there.
There's pressure from Sibia. The dockets go to Sibia. There's pressure from Sibia. And Kabinde confirms, Mr. General Kwanaze says that he said there was pressure. The minister is also unhappy with the team for dragging their feet. What were the minister's words? I think it was to the SAPS officials in terms of the disbandment.
Yeah, he was.
In terms of the pace.
Yeah, he was dissatisfied with how far we've moved or how we have not moved.
So do you think we've been barking up the wrong tree here?
I actually wish I could have supported you in relation to forensic investigation because then we would know whether we are backing at the wrong tree or not. Yeah. But that is required because some of the things require more than just talking. I think we need to follow some of the issues.
I want to ask you, this issue of the fridge, yeah, it's bothering me. What is the mandate in layman's terms of counterintelligence?
Counterintelligence, I think we've got two angles. We've got the offensive one. The offensive one basically deals with dealing with your threats as they manifest. For example, if you have got a threat of espionage, sabotage, subversion, but also corruption. So then you would go offensive because you are responding to a problem.
Threats within which space?
Threats within SAPS according to the Act, within the whole of SAPS.
Within SAPS?
Yes, the whole of SAPS.
So threats that would compromise the integrity of SAPS?
Yes. Yes, that's the offensive side. And then the defensive side is looking at the people who are deployed to fulfill functions in terms of the organization. So here we are talking personal security. General Sintumule, do I have integrity for me to sit where I sit? Are there any threats in my life that could compromise information, things that we're looking at now? Do you have relations with questionable people who actually could compromise your work? So that is part of counterintelligence. And it does not only talk about personal security, also it talks about document security. I think we've also seen how people are moving documents and sharing documents. That is the mandate of counterintelligence.
So in layman's terms and simply put, it's to detect threats and risks within SAPS associated to SAPS members.
And you've got three options. You mitigate, which means you deal with it to manage it. You neutralize, you remove it. So sometimes it could even mean dismissing a person, or charging them. But at the end of the day, then you monitor that threat that doesn't re-manifest.
Okay. Are they effective and are they present at the moment? Based on everything that we've heard here, how many SAPS members have been compromised? You say counterintelligence is effective and they are present and working effectively in SAPS?
For example, if they were effective, our physical security, even as stations, would be intact. So what we have done, see, unlike SA security, all these are lumped within one environment in counterintelligence. So you would have people working on, and please, Honorable Malema, I'm going to use it as an example, working on maybe your office. They wouldn't just look at you. They would look at your office security, your physical security. They would look at your personal security, your documents.
Your bank account, your personal.
But in the, yes, everything, including your interactions, also like such things we wouldn't be dealing with because they would have been picked up proactively. But also maybe to take it further, in SAPS, the functions are not lumped. Physical security belongs with auxiliary services. And I think we just do your basic minimum to check cars that are coming in and out. We're not conducting counterintelligence.
Okay.
Okay.
General, sorry, I only have 10 minutes.
Oh, sorry, I apologize.
Okay, so with you having explained to us in layman's terms, the mandate of counterintelligence to monitor interactions, bank accounts, relationships of SAPS members with certain individuals. And then with all of this knowledge, General, and at one stage, I think you were heading up this department. You did not see anything wrong With asking for a sponsorship from Kat Matlala as someone who was the head of counter. The head of counter goes to someone that has not only a service provider, and remember your mandate as counter is to detect interactions, improper relationships. And here you are telling us, as the former head of counterintelligence, you approached a service provider, which number one is improper and makes this questionable, and you approached someone with 17 charges. That was more than just a sad moment in your career.
It actually is regrettable. And much as I can say it was innocent, I think from the look of things, it doesn't sound right. It doesn't sound correct. And it's something that will follow me. And no matter how much I can argue it out to say it was innocent, it remains. And again, as I said, it also exposes the vulnerabilities of us letting our guard down, relying specifically on supply chain to clear this sponsorship for us. I think it should go beyond that. So I do understand and agree with you.
Sure, General. You know why this is bothering me? Because I know we have these victim-friendly rooms at police stations who could have benefited from a fridge in one of our communities. You could have much rather donated that fridge to one of these impoverished communities. So we are and the reason why I'm asking you these questions, we are not only probing criminality, we are also trying to establish the people who are in these positions, are they fit for these positions? And are they able to make sound decisions in the best interest of South Africans? And this is why I am harping on this. And with this matter, you are left wanting.
I totally understand, Honorable.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable.
Honorable James, you are asking a question about the credibility of the company that made that donation. And you once again, on a moral standing, say the fridge could have been given to a charitable organization.
No, Chair, I'm saying we have victim-friendly rooms at SAPS, part of SAPS, not a separate organization. It could have been used at community level. This is what I'm saying, at a police station.
Yeah, the question that you ask first is, where does the fridge come from?
Where does the fridge come from? The fridge was donated to SAPS, isn't it?
By who?
By Kat.
Okay. And you say it could have been used elsewhere charitably.
In light of the fact that she didn't have the history of Kat, so even if it came from a credible person, donating the fridge back to someone who earns a massive salary, that doesn't make sense.
Why don't we say that an honest police service disposes of such a...
Yes, but that is what I've been trying to paint here, Chair. The fact of the matter is based on the fact that General was the head of crime intelligence. This should have never happened.
Okay.
But since we are here now and we have these fridges, it could have been donated or given to one of the SAPs at the victim-friendly rooms. That is what I'm saying.
Okay. Honorable Noval, your time starts at 6:30 and it ends at 10 minutes 7.
Thank you, Chair.
It is not 6:30 now. The discretion is yours if you want to start now.
Yeah, no, let me use my discretion, Chair. I'm starting now. I'm starting immediately. Good evening, General.
Good evening, Honorable Nombalo.
At least inter alia, one thing that is commendable from your testimony is that maybe for one aspect, if we are to be taken to court for a finding that we can make against Kat Matlala, we can have a witness who can testify to a finding that we would have made because that we would have made, sorry, because his testimony is that he attended the prayer. He did not attend the prayer. He went there to fetch his wife. That is his testimony. And you have told us here that he was there in the prayer because he attended, he participated. He did not only go there to fetch his wife. So if we can be taken to court, if we make a finding today that Ket Matlala attended the prayer and Matlala challenges that to be untrue, would you stand as a witness in favor of this committee and in favor of our finding?
Not only me, I think even the people who were there, but also further in one of the questions that Journalist Beer was asked, even at Malanga, he did post that he invited him on that day.
Yeah. No, I'm talking about you.
No, yes, I do agree.
So you can be a witness and say
I
he
do
was there, he stayed there for some time.
I wouldn't say for some time because we left after an hour, but when we left, I think they were still there. So probably then you can term it sometime.
Okay. So tell me, General, why did you leave DPCI? I mean, why did you leave crime intelligence to DPCI?
I got promoted.
You got promoted.
Yes.
Were there no, or was there no investigation that was launched against you?
That was
for using slash funds in an appropriate, in a manner which is not appropriate?
I like the fact that you say it's allegations. I left the DPCI, no, sorry, the CI to go to DPCI. General Kele transferred me back to crime intelligence. And when I was there was an invitation, I think, to a church service, I think, and outside of work, with one of the people linked to the Miles Monroe, what do you call it? The foundation. And later after we went, because I think in the invite it was said that.
The church service was in Durban, correct?
Yes, it was in Durban. You are quite correct.
Organized by
Yes.
Mr. Marimutu.
Timi Marimoto, yes. But also there was, I think there was a Mr. Charles who was responsible for the foundation. And I remember I was in Venda when I was actually told that, no, but Mr. Miles Monroe is here. And if you can, please come with your husband to the church service. I take God seriously and I went to that service only later to learn that only the tickets were paid for by SSA and General Lazarus. I never signed anything. He was the one who was charged and I wasn't.
Were you not alleged to have used a car which you bought by slash fund for personal use?
The charge was that General Mdluli at the time, when he was the DevCom, when I moved to DPCI, it was allowed. I offered to buy the car. And I think before it could happen, all these things happened. So
What do you mean
everything
you
I
offered
did
to
was,
buy the car? You mean from your pocket?
yes.
So the car was bought by you from your pocket,
No,
not from the
I
slash
meant
fund?
leaving DPCI. So leaving CI into DPCI, I offered to buy the vehicle and I engaged the CFO who said it can be done. But before we could conclude that transaction, all these things happened and I couldn't take the car.
No,
I had to
I'm
take
not
it back.
following you, General. You will forgive me. I'm saying, is there no allegation that, or was there no allegation that you used slash fund to buy a vehicle and then you used that vehicle for personal use?
It's incorrect. The vehicle was your SSR, meaning that at the time as generals and brigadiers, when you do your covert operations, you then use that vehicle. But that vehicle also you keep with you and you use it like a vehicle that becomes your undercover vehicle. So I never used that car or bought that car. No, that's not true.
So the vehicle was purchased?
Yes, purchased for me.
Was it a Fortuner?
Yes.
Okay, so
Yes.
you also used it for personal use?
Yes, not just me, all of us. General Kumalo, when he came into CI, that's the first thing that he stopped.
Okay, no, I'm not saying
No.
there's anything wrong. I'm
Yes.
just trying to establish the sequence of events.
No, understood.
Yeah. And did your husband ever work was he ever deployed to the TRT,
My ex.
your ex-husband?
Yes, he was.
Was he not implicated in an allegation of shooting a member of the public?
Not a member of the public. It was an operation that took place in Vosloorus. During an operation, I think the member who passed, he actually used his firearm for some reason. He discharged it, and I think the bullet went, and I went. I remember I drove. The R5 shot him here. R1 is his name, and he passed on that day. However, the investigation revealed that Arwani actually, the residue was found on Arwani's fingers, not on Sintumule's fingers.
Okay, so there were no charges against him?
No, there were not. There was an investigation. I think it was an inquest, then a murder investigation, but then he was acquitted.
Okay.
Yes.
So you are saying it's a lie that you invited Kat Matlala with his
And
wife
I will stand by that. I never invited.
your house. So if there's an allegation that says you invited them and they came through on the 21st of December, 2024, that would be untrue.
It would be very much untrue.
So you dismiss that.
Yes, I dismiss that.
So even if we can ask for footage,
And as
we
I
can't see
said,
them.
you can triangulate. I'm actually wondering, I'm an open book. If they can point at my house, I'll be very happy. My house is actually a panhandle. You can't even see it. That can be done.
Okay. I think you did not do justice to yourself and to Mr. Jacobs when you reacted to a request that was made by IDEC, because I think it was going to be proper for you to first establish facts from Jacobs. Two, it was going to be proper for you to first educate yourself about the content in the docket before you give an instruction or an advice to Mr. Jacob to hand over the docket. Is that a fair criticism?
I think knowing now what I didn't know then, I wish that General Jacobs could have at least said to me, because the process was followed. He could have said to me, General, can we discuss? I need to clarify issues around those dockets. I think for me, I would have been in a better position.
Yeah, there's something that I would like you to clarify in your statement. But before we go there, who told you that, because we are saying in your statement, you learned about the legal opinion at a later stage? You are saying you learned on the 11th of December, 2024. How did you learn? Who told you?
Remember, I'm basing my testimony on Advocate Johnson's testimony, and I think questions which subsequently came from this house that at the time the dockets were handed over, there already was a legal opinion requested. And I think based on that, then after an Advocate Johnson's testimony, then I followed up on that because I was not aware. And only then General Van Rooyen then handed me over the copy of the legal advice which
on the 11th of
yes, on
December,
the 11th, yes.
2024.
Yes.
So the content was displaying, what was disclosing the content of the docket.
The letter I think is attached here as an annex, but it wasn't necessarily, it was just analyzing the validness of the allegations as made by Honorable.
So you learned on that day that some of the dockets were dockets which involved General Khumalo.
Only on the 26th of July, when General Mkhwanazi called me. And I think only after then, you can see, I only received this document from Major General Van Rooyen. I think I received it early this year, together with the report of General Khumalo from Gauteng and that one of Colonel Phillips.
So on the 11th of December, 2024, you did not come across that information.
No.
Was it not entailed in the documents that you perused, in the legal advice document?
I actually, and I said this, General Jacobs had the docket, he didn't have to bring them to me. He had to interact with IDEC. Hence, I call this an intervention, not necessarily to say that bring the dockets to me, let me look at them. They were requested because of that section 28.
No,
provision.
General. My question is here. You are saying in paragraph 85, you learned on the 11th of December 2024 that there was a legal advice. Now,
Okay.
a follow-up question is, what was entailed in the legal advice? Was it not sufficient enough to show you that in those documents, in some of those documents, General Khumalo was also involved? That is my question.
Okay. In responding to that, I didn't learn on the 11th. I said, I saw after that the report, the legal advice was only signed on the 11th. I never got to see that legal advice. General Jacobs and I never discussed it. I only after the fact, and that would have been after 26th
So
of July.
you did not read the legal advice on the 11th of
No.
December?
No, I didn't.
You only knew that there was a legal advice?
Only after the testimony of Advocate Johnson.
In this committee, no?
Yes, in this committee.
No, but I'm talking about the 11th for now of December. So I'm saying you only learned that there was a legal advice and you did not read that legal advice.
I didn't
Is that your
learn-
evidence?
Yes, yes, my evidence is I didn't learn of the legal advice in December 2024.
Yes.
I only learned on the advice, I think when Advocate Johnson came to present herself to the committee.
Yeah. No, maybe let's go to paragraph 85 because
Okay.
I'm asking this question because I want to understand what is it that you exactly mean here.
Okay.
You are saying I only became aware that the legal opinion was obtained and signed off by the Divisional Commissioner Legal Services to Divisional Commissioner Inspectorate on 11th December 2024. So my question emanates from that statement that you have made there.
If we read this in context, it says, I only became aware that it was obtained and signed off on the 11th, not that I became aware of the legal opinion on the 11th, that it was signed off, hence I attached a copy.
Okay, no, it's fine. So how do you rate in summary the performance of the PKTT?
I actually looked at the method or the modality that they were using in terms of how they operated. It was something that in the organization, as I said, General Musikile and I tried to do that through the gist to get experts together.
Mhm.
And I think reading the reports, I think when they started, the picture of crime was red.
Mm.
But as they progressed, I think certain areas became green and they became neutralized. So
Okay.
that's my reading of their performance.
And then how do you characterize General Spear's instruction? Because he was insisting, I would say maybe he was putting pressure on you. How do you characterize that conduct? Was it within his scope or he acted ultra virus?
It was within his scope because remember he gave the instruction, I think when we went to report to the minister and we didn't have a report. So he was actually within his scope to push, but maybe push how that with something else.
Yeah. The manner in which you are narrating the sequence of events here, the conclusion I can draw or the inference is that you were put under pressure to comply with an instruction of a directive. That's what I'm drawing because you are mentioning meetings from January, February. In February, the minister was upset He said he's no longer going to speak with you in relation to this matter. He will speak with the National Commissioner. So am I correct if I say you acted out of frustration and out of pressure that was put by General Sibia in you?
Maybe not even in terms of documentation. I think the calls that would be made to say, how far are you? I think I did say earlier, those would be maybe once a day or once in 2 days. And in all honesty, I just felt this must be done and over because it became unbearable.
But didn't you suspect something when they were putting that pressure to you, in particular General Sibia, to say maybe there's an ulterior motive here? Why this pressure? Where does it come from?
Honorable Nomvalo, I think the reason why I didn't call General Sibia immediately, General Kwanazi refused to take the dockets. It was because I mean, he kept on saying the PKTT is investigating me, you know. So I didn't want to get involved in that muddy process. Hence, I was actually stuck to the process, you know, and I didn't want to get myself involved in his emotional issues. Hence, I would actually even handle him and give him what he wants because my thinking was, here's a plan, fulfill your role, and then the rest can be dealt with.
Okay. So the minister, when he was here, he spoke about the crime and the murder and robbery component as a reason for, as one of the reasons for his decision. According to your knowledge, when was this component established? That does its establishment mean the PKTT is no longer relevant for its task? It must cease to exist, or it must be incorporated, or its duties rather must be incorporated to this component?
Yeah. In relation to the first question, the PKTT with the work study, I think it was conceptualized either around 2018 or 2019, I can't remember. Sorry, I mean the murder and robbery units. So in the provinces, you already had those units. Now, for a team to exist, it doesn't replace the mandate of the unit. A team is established to deal with a stubborn crime problem, and it does not necessarily function, not necessarily within or actually parallel to that structure. So for me, the two at the time were not mutually inclusive.
So they could coexist?
They could coexist, yes. Because the PKTT was dealing specifically with issues that were a priority for the province, and those were political killings. And then murder and robbery would continue with your generic murder and robbery investigations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Nomvalo.
Thank you so much, honorable members. The list has been exhausted. Advocate Mkhize, do you have questions that you want to ask?
Thank you, Chair. I just have one last part that we didn't deal with, but it's a question essentially relating to paragraph 127.
Okay, before you do that, I want to ask you one question. General?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
After you learned that at the party where you were invited, there was a person in the name of Matala, who you later came to know as a shady character.
Mm.
Okay, let me not say you, who South Africa came to perceive him as a shady character. Did you check who else was there who has also been or is perceived by society as a shady character?
Chairperson, as I reported earlier, I think there was no movement from us when we were at that party. So the people that I saw were those that I know, save for Advocate Chauke, but I don't recall seeing other people. that maybe now are deemed to be shady characters.
So Advocate Chauke was also there.
Yes, he was there with his spouse on the day.
And when these revelations come, as a senior
Yeah.
ranking police official, when these revelations come that at the party of your colleague, there would have been these characters. What did your adrenaline go up?
To put it simply, National Commissioner and I discussed the matter, and we were laughing that for so many times that we have been there, we could have sat with people we don't know, you know. And again, it says, I think one of Honorable Malema actually said that you then need to begin to vet the company that you are around at that specific time. Even if you go to a party, I think it's good to know who is going to be there, which is something that we didn't do before.
And when these allegations come that you also underwent procedures like this and that, and maybe somebody would have paid for you, so you also get associated. You become a collateral.
In actual fact, I think what this did was defocus me in terms of my capacity and my work, and I think I became the face that benefited from Mr. Ket Matlala. And I must say that emanating from just that party and General Tema's interaction, if people could click and do in terms of my history and my standing, I would do it. And in actual fact, moving forward, I did say a lot of people that actually I felt uncomfortable with, even my own friends. From the moment I began to say, now I vet who stays in my space.
Yeah, General Kumalo, when he was here, he made a statement about the extent of infiltration that would have gone to the nook and cranny of the SAPS in Gauteng province. What is your comment on that?
In the police, I think we are almost close to 190,000 to 200,000 strong. My belief is that in that big sec, probably only 20% would actually be rotten. And unfortunately, then the whole sec is affected, you know. I heard General Kumalo, I think he was referring to the stations where they actually had to interact. And probably a sample of Gauteng then led him to that conclusion. But still, I would say we do have good men and women who are here because they want to serve.
Okay. So because one of our aspects that we are investigating is that of corruption within the SAPS. Do you believe, or has it been your observation that within the SAPS there are corrupt officers?
It goes without saying, one of the components that I also am responsible for is anti-corruption. I think the number of arrests that you are making on our own members, I think it's alarming.
Advocate Mkiza. Mkhalaka.
I don't understand. I mean, I think you in your conversation with the general, you don't mean that general, I mean, Advocate Chauke is a shady character. Because you asked the question, which shady characters were there? And in her answer, she said, I don't remember anyone except Advocate Chauke.
It's not me who said.
Yeah, so I'm saying, but she was
Can I
conversing with you
clarify?
through you, Chair. I'm just saying, we're not saying Advocate Chauke is a shady character.
Yeah.
And neither am I saying, I think I was saying that where we were sitting, we're not moving. So I didn't see anybody else,
Yeah.
save for the people who were sitting close to me. And I think he would have been one of them. But in no way am I insinuating
Yeah.
that actually he is. And I
And-
apologize if it came across that way.
And honorable member, even when I was asking her, I carefully used the word perceived. Yeah, so that we insulate ourselves from any other interpretation. Thank you so much for that. We must state it on record. That is not what we are saying as the committee. And it is also not what you are saying, Gerald Sintumule.
Thank you very much, Chair. Accepted.
It goes to our records.
Thank you.
Advocate Mkiza.
Thank you, Chairperson. Lieutenant General Sentimule, at paragraph 127 of your statement, there's just one aspect that we didn't deal with. You mentioned a Brigadier Majeng. Who is Brigadier Majeng?
Brigadier Macheng is a section head within quality, and I think she's the lady who actually admitted to having a relationship with Kat Matlala.
Which division does section head fall under?
It's within Division Detective and Forensic Services.
Is that the division that you were heading up
Yes.
before you started acting?
Yes.
So the allegation that she makes at paragraph 1, what you say at paragraph 127 of your statement is that now I can join the dots. I want to cross-reference Lieutenant General Sibiya's testimony with that of Brigadier Majeng at the Madlanga Commission about the same and claim of a request to Mr. Matlala by a senior officer to pay for BBL. I don't want to make it necessarily about that.
It's fine.
The question has to do with the fact that your subordinate within your division made these allegations about you. And that same subordinate within your division has testified that she was in a relationship with a romantic relationship with Mr. Matlala. Is it still your evidence that you did not know of Mr. Matlala as a service provider?
I will categorically deny ever knowing Mr. Matlala, whether through work or personal. And Brigadier Macheng's testimony that a senior officer asked Kat to pay, I've produced my evidence to this committee. And I think she made the allegation, including the Ozempic. So she must provide her own, proof. But for me, whatever she said, it was based on her discussion with those that she discussed with.
Okay. What is your comment to having a subordinate within your division make such claims about you as her senior, who heads up the division in a forum such as that?
Yeah. What I've learned with both Madlanga and ad hoc is that you are dealing with people who actually find themselves on the back footing. And I think maybe me being one of those who are vocal about this decision, I probably found myself in the web of people who are trying to now say, we're not going to go down alone. That's my assessment. Yeah.
Have you interacted with her at work?
We don't even interact. She's a brigadier, reporting to a general in terms of her work. I actually work with General Manamela, not with Brigadier Majek. We don't even talk on the phone.
Now,
And we
leading
also are not within the same space.
leading to the part that you've just testified about, that you've produced proof that it was indeed
Hey,
your own funds, personal funds that made payments for whatever procedure you may have had. You testified that you took money from your credit card, into your African Bank
yeah.
savings or check
Yes.
account. What was the purpose of a transaction was that your credit card, your
Yeah.
personal credit card?
Yes, because I had to do an EFT, not swipe, so I couldn't do it from my credit card. I think with Capitec doesn't give you that option, so I had to transfer money from one account to another. And I mean, as recently as I think day before yesterday, I did the same thing again when I was supposed to pay. My pergola actually flew, so I had to buy the roof, and I did the same thing. So that's basically how it works.
is it because the practice, Dr. Pet, is it Dr. Pat or Pet?
Yeah, Pert.
Pert. Dr. Pert's practice does not accept card transactions. You have to
Do an
pay and
EFT.
do an EFT into her account.
Yes.
So that money you would have transferred from your credit
Upfront.
card
Yes.
into your check card and then to her, so three-way. Were you unable to make that transfer directly to her from your credit card?
No, I couldn't.
Okay.
I mean, I just gave you an example now, and I can open my app for you to see. I cannot transfer EFT from my credit card. It must go into my savings and then into my check. I mainly use my FNB account. That's my main account. Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairperson. I think we've covered the entire testimony.
Thank you so much. I want to, maybe before I make this announcements, let me thank the evidence leaders, Advocate Mukiza, and our witness, Gerald Santomun. We have come to the end of our proceedings with you,
Thank you, Chair.
and your surname is Sintomule, which literally means do not provoke me. And your name is Kosi.
Princess.
Yeah. Kosi in Chivenda is not,
Oh, it's King.
it's not princess. And you are a descendant of the Ramapulanas. So I listen to honorable members when they engage with you and the difficulties that you may be going through now. And when I look at your names, I can safely say it on behalf of these members that we believe that you are a woman of resilience. You are a woman of fortitude and courage. And you shall be able to overcome. So when you leave these proceedings, you must live here with your head high, that whatever challenges you may be facing in your personal life with a member of your family, because you are Kosi, and you are the descendant of the great Makado Chilawusiku Ramapulana, who defeated the Boers and drove them out of Skumansdal in July 1867. 13 July 1867. You will go and fight against this, what Honorable Saul has quoted, that no weapon from Isaiah 54, that no, I know it, Honorable Saul, that no weapon formed against me shall prosper. Yes. Members have cancelled you here. This country is affirming women leadership. And when you come before us with such an amazing profile and an impeccable credential, you make us to believe that the future is possible. So whatever negative encounters would have happened in your life, President Mandela has said that what becomes fundamental is that you are able to rise and face the new moment. Don't count how many times you went through negative encounters. Look at how you can rise and face the challenges as they present themselves before you. We want to thank you so much for the time that you had with the evidence leaders preparing your statements. and the time that you created. We have been made aware of your difficulties even before you came to appear before us. But you still insisted that you, despite whatever challenges you are going through, you will make yourself available to consult with the evidence leaders. They told us here that some of the consultations happened on the hospital bedside. And even today, you came here having gone through another negative experience yesterday, but you are still here. Magongwana, Osarati Pakabale. Thank you so much. Honorable members, we are going, and thank you so much for staying until the chairperson of the committee releases you. We have now released you from your oath. Let's hear what Honorable Skosana wants to say before we.
Yeah, Chair. Ngifuna ukuthi nje siyathokoza njengoba uthokoza uGeneral angisimjwayele ngeuniform. Namhlanje akagcoka uniform ukhe wajika so angajika no kokugcina usolo uyalila. Ngiyakuthokoza.
You like it when she turns around. No. Honorable Skosan. This country, Honorable Skosan, this country still bears ineffaceable patriarchal scars. And in a forum where I'm presiding, I will not allow a situation where we parade a woman. We can't. No. No. She was trying to demonstrate that the procedure that is alleged to have happened has not happened. And I think that was adequate. Anything beyond that amounts to patriarchal inclinations. Yes. Honorable Souls.
Honorable Chair, this African queen has shown that African women are not defined by what their bodies look like, what procedures they do.
Yeah.
Her affidavit shows it's her intellect, it's her mind, and it's her hard work.
Yeah.
We salute her for that.
Okay, I see that you are triggered, all of you. Can I check who wants to say something to General Sintumule before we release her?
Sorry, Chair, I think before you proceed, I'm already pulling the other incident, so it's okay.
Because I see
No,
members-
Chair. It must be noted that we never asked her to turn around. She did that on her own.
Okay.
And then Honorable Sangoni said it is not necessary. And we stand by what Honorable Sangoni said. So impression must never be created that we asked her to turn around. She stood up and she did it, and Honorable Sangoni closed it.
Yeah.
This one of Skosan is on his own.
Honorable Sangoni. Okay. Thank you so much, Skosana. Black man, you are on your own.
I was pulling your leg, Chair. There was nothing wrong.
General, I tsela cheo ba re ile zwa bote. Yeah. Ndi ba venda ba hasho. Ba ne chiende utlo. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah, we're breaking now. The next witness who must conclude business with us is Honorable Adams. So So we are going to break for, it will not be possible for us to break for 40 minutes. So we will come back at 20 hours.
Chair, can you give parties 5 minutes, please, to ask him questions? 5 minutes each party.
I see enough. Even 2 minutes.
No, let's hear Honorable Malema if there is agreement between you and Honorable Source. How many minutes do you suggest, Honorable Source?
20 minutes. That's the problem.
No, it's fine. The approach that we will take will be differentiated. If there are parties that need 5 minutes, we'll give them 5 minutes. We will give you a 20 minutes. Yeah. No, if you agree that one speaker per party, I don't have a problem.
And how